Good evening and welcome. This is the January 15th, 2025 public hearing of the Land Use Commission. The City Code directs this body to hear applications for map and text amendments, special uses, including plan developments, zoning relief, and appeals from decisions of the zoning administrator, as well as to make recommendations regarding the city's long-term planning goals and objectives. Depending on the type of matter, this commission will either make a final determination or send its recommendation to City Council. Ms. Jones, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aravalo?
Here.
Commissioner Halleck? Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Linwall?
Here.
Commissioner Rabadi?
Here.
Commissioner Mangum?
Here.
Commissioner Mudinchev?
Here.
Commissioner Pectel? Chair Rogers?
Here. So with 7 members present, we do have a quorum. Also present tonight are Neighborhood and Land Use Planner Megan Jones, Planning Manager Liz Williams. I saw Senior Housing Planner Uri Pactel here, Community Development Director Sarah Flax, and I think I've hit everybody on staff who's officially here. This is a formal hearing, and there are rules that govern our proceedings. Most importantly, only one person speaks at a time so that all testimony may be accurately recorded. Anyone who wishes to address the commission regarding any matter on tonight's agenda will have the opportunity to do so at the appropriate time. The chair will determine the amount of time based on the number of speakers who have signed up. Any resident may present evidence, reasonably question witnesses, or seek a continuance of the hearing. When testifying, please state your name and address for the record and sign in on the provided public comment sheet. All testimony is taken under oath. Although we do not apply the strict rules of evidence, please limit your testimony to your knowledge as it relates to the standards contained in the zoning ordinance and the corresponding staff memos. Our meetings are audio and video recorded. Please make sure that you are at a microphone when asking questions or making statements so that you may be properly recorded. All proceedings are subject to broadcast at a later date. Our hearings for the proposed comprehensive general plan and zoning ordinance will vary slightly from our regular meeting structure. We will be holding public hearings for the purpose of receiving testimony from residents and business owners on these important documents as they move through the process. Tonight's meeting will be about the comp plan only. Discussion on the zoning issues will be discussed on the 22nd of this month, which is next week, after which we'll return to further discussion on the comp plan. The Land Use Commission has asked representatives from key city boards and commissions to provide executive summaries of their discussions on chapters in the comp plan. Those appearing tonight are from the Preservation Commission, Parks and Rec Board, Environment Board, and the Housing and Community Development Committee. After receiving those reports, commissioners will provide input to staff on what we feel is necessary to be included in the final plan. We will receive public comment at the end of this evening as it is stated on our agenda. At our meeting on the 29th, staff will return for questions and clarifications on the comp plan so they can complete the final draft with the assistance of our consulting teams. Staff is meeting with those consultants in a future date that has not been set yet, to establish a timeline in which they will allow the commission to review those changes, deliberate, and make its recommendation to City Council by February 26th. The February meeting schedule will be put in place at our January 22nd meeting next week. Before I begin, I do want to apologize to the residents of Evanston for the confusion that has arisen during this process, the sharing of information, and the public hearing schedule, which has changed multiple times. You do deserve better. Now that we have received specific direction from City Council that the zoning ordinance should be placed on a later schedule, we will focus on the comp plan and endeavor to deliver it to Council on the timeline that they've requested. I encourage you to engage your alderperson on the concerns with the comp plan before their March vote and participate in any upcoming town halls, ward meetings, and public hearings when the actual zoning regulations will be discussed later this spring and in the summer. I also do want to comment specifically. I've had several requests. We will be doing things a little bit differently tonight. Normally we take public testimony before we begin our conversation. We will not be taking public testimony this evening, but we will be receiving public comments at the end of the evening. It's important for the Land Use Commission and the staff to discuss exactly what our expectations are to see in a final plan. And so staff can relate those to other staff members who are involved, as well as any consultants that they will be working with, so that we can get the best final document that we will receive at a future date, which will be discussed in a minute. We also will always take comment through the envisionevanston2045.com website, or you can reach out to staff individually, and they will receive that testimony as well. I saw a couple hands go up, and I'm just going to answer just a couple quick questions. Just come up to the microphone real quick. Yep, you.
Could you clarify the difference between testimony and comment?
Yes. So at every open meeting, we are required to take public comment.
Right.
That is always done at the end of our meetings. We
Right.
usually receive public testimony so that we, when we deliberate on an individual process, can then deliberate having
So
received public
testimony
comment.
precedes your deliberations, whereas
Correct.
comment follows.
Comment follows.
Thank you.
So I hope that clarifies it. This is different than the way we typically do it for every process, but this is a very different process than a typical hearing that we have. Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify, last week you said that this was going to be comments on the zoning, but that is not the case?
Zoning is next week.
Next week. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Again, sorry for all the confusion as we move things around. We're all trying to keep up on it. So with that, what I will do is I will invite the first person up to speak to us, which is going to be Ellie Shivik, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Shevik, who will be representing the Parks and Recreation Board.
Thank you, Chair Rogers and the Land Use Commission. A huge amount of work falls on your shoulders, and I really appreciate all the time and effort you guys have put in for our city. I just wanted to start my presentation. I'm Ellie Shevik, the chair of the Parks and Rec Board. I just wanted to share that the Parks and Rec Board was given permission to wait to provide a formal recommendation on Envision Evanston until after our January 16th meeting, since our meeting was so close to this date. I asked Chair Rogers if he'd still like me to present tonight, and he said, just summarize discussion of our board on Envision Evanston so far. So I just wanted to reiterate that our board has not voted on anything. This is just a culmination of our meeting minutes and a Google document that we've been sharing to edit on our portion. I don't know what the button is down here. Okay, sorry, this is my second time in council chambers. So I just started with some of the challenges that our boards face. So tomorrow we'll have our third meeting with Envision Evanston on our agenda. Our first board meeting was right after the initial draft was published, and a significant amount of parks were missing from the zoning map. That took a lot of our board's time and effort to identify which parks were missing. Is that really what the plan was intended to do? Staff assured us that no, they're not going to take parks away right now. The board, our section was also small, and I'll get into why that is in the next slide, but we asked for a more robust portion to give comment on. Our second board meeting was last month, and it had a longer chapter, but it was still missing crucial focus in the hows. Then staff suggested uploading a Google document so that we could comment on it, make edits, additions, just all as suggestions. So that's been for the last 2 weeks, we've had that to comment on. So again, I'm really here today telling you what I've heard so far, not what our board has voted on. Our third meeting is tomorrow, and hopefully we will be able to provide a formal recommendation then. One of the big challenges that we face is that the Parks and Strategic Green Space Plan is currently in draft form. I detailed a little timeline that it was approved in 2022 with a 12 to 14 month timeline. We didn't get the draft of that plan until last summer. And we've been waiting on response if we would be able to meet with a consultant because we identified a lot of parts that were missing or needed more elaboration on. And my understanding, a lot of Envision Evanston is referring to that Parks and Green Space Plan in the Parks and Open Space section. Some members of our board have requested Envision Evanston not be published until the Park Strategic Plan is complete. Others have agreed to just add that as one of our mission statements to tell the city to adhere to the current Parks Strategic Plan. These are some of the policies that were outlined in that draft plan. Today, I received feedback from a board member just saying, we haven't approved this as a draft plan yet, so I'm gonna, I want to do justice to my board and not speak for the whole, but this is what we and staff has provided for us to kind of look through and edit from the Google document. So one of the policies is assess existing parks and recreation programming and investment levels in all neighborhoods. There's some action plan items there. I'm going to just go a little faster. I'm sorry. The next policy was to align and expand existing park programming to provide inclusive programs for all people of all ages and abilities. Oh, it cut off, including. This is when one comment on our Google Doc said, are we including recreation in the parks and open space section of Envision Evanston? So that was something that we'd like clarification on. It's technically not parks and open spaces, but recreation does adhere to, or does take place in those parks and recreational facilities. 3 was to increase city investment to maintain, operate, and improve equitable park and recreation facilities. I'm sorry, I made this presentation while I was really sick and my typing is really small on there. The bottom portion is some suggestions from that Google document. Again, nothing has been voted on, but we do have someone with a legal background in parks districts, and he drafted the language of the bottom part. So we're hoping that the city basically just increases funding for the improvements of city playgrounds. Our playgrounds are in a dire state right now. I don't know if the Land Use Commission knows that 40 of our 53 playgrounds are more than 15 years old. And that's the typical lifespan of a park is 15 for playground equipment. There's also to identify with the CIP, Parks and Recreation faces an interesting challenge because we're a Parks and Recreation department. There is a Parks and Recreation department, I should say, but a lot of our duties as a Parks and Rec board fall under public works and facilities and fleet management. All of our park maintenance comes from greenways in public works. CIP is a different section of public works. Fleets and facility maintenance is somewhere else, and Parks and Recreation is another one. So we're trying, I'll skip ahead to that later, I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience with me. I'm new at this. That one said that the portion of the city budget, not including CIP funds, dedicated to the care, maintenance, restoration, renovation, and improvement of parks and open spaces shall annually, they're hoping by the 2026 budget, be no less than 5% of the city's overall budget. Currently, all of our CIP funding for park maintenance overhauls comes from geo bonds and not a line item in the city's budget. Item 4 is sustain and or expand strategies to expand water access to the city leadership. So again, all of these policies are coming from this park strategic plan that did an accurate study sample, and a big identifying factor was people didn't feel like we had enough access to water. Policy 5 is to evaluate and establish a plan to create an accessible public restroom system. This is a nationwide issue. There's a lack of public restrooms. Comment on this section was, let's be smart about it as a city. So if we're opening up the road for a water main, we should identify the parks in the existing area. Is this a place where we could put a bathroom in? Again, that's just discussion on a Google Doc. It's not approved by the board. Item 6 is to increase strategies focused on stewardship, education, investment, and urban habitats and natural landscapes throughout the city. The stewards play a huge role in the care of a lot of our parks and open spaces. So really partnering with them, utilizing them and volunteerism to restore the natural landscapes aligned with the city's goals. Okay. Item 7 is to maintain and execute the 2025 Parks and Green Space Strategic Plan as a governing blueprint for parks and recreation. So this was kind of our catch-all. We would like to finalize the Parks and Green Space Strategic Plan. Council just voted on Monday to allow the consultant to come and speak with us, which is a great service and open to the public so the public can provide some feedback on really what they see. So we hope to wrap that up. We will be talking about that in our meeting tomorrow of hopefully next steps for that process. So I need to correct myself that I wrote board suggestions, but it's board member suggestions. So these are things that came up in that Google document, and multiple members of my board commented on them and were in favor of it. So I included in here, it's that all parks and recreation programs, functions, and other works, again, shall by January 1st, 2028 be consolidated under a single parks department, with all such activities currently being handled by Public Works or Greenways transferred for operations management and control to the Parks and Rec Department. And that sufficient professional parks and recreation staff and employees be hired or transferred from other city departments to enable the Parks and Recreation Department to function much like a park district, but within the city, subject to all expenditures and major projects being finally authorized by City Council. We see a big disconnect in efficiency with how the current parks and recreation operates. Again, we haven't had a formal discussion on this, but it's something that we would really like to, and a majority of our current board, or half of our current board, has spoken favorably about just in the Envision Evanston discussion. Other suggestions, board member suggestions that came up were that just reiterating that Evanston has about half of the national average for parkland per capita. And as we plan for population growth, we need to keep in mind that we already fall far below. We need to develop a plan to actively acquire parkland until we meet the national average, is what a board member suggested. It's hard with the city of Evanston being the age that it is and pretty built out already, but to have an active plan to look to acquire land for a park and open space, especially as our population grows. To require new developments to include park or open space. As population grows, we need to create more of that space. And possibly to collaborate with School District 65 and 202 to provide shared space and facilities. That's all I have for you tonight, and I thank you for your time.
I just want to see if there's any questions.
Yes. I have just a quick one. The community gardens, does that fall under Parks and Rec, or does that fall under somebody else?
It falls under Parks and Rec.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a few questions. Could you turn the lights back on?
Yep, sorry. I turned them off so that people could read.
Okay. Could read my notes that I was writing in the dark. When you talk about board approval and editing the chapter and all of that, we're on a very rigorous timeline. Do you know when that's going to happen?
We have our January 16th meeting, so tomorrow, and that's where we are hoping to provide you a formal recommendation. And my understanding is one of the directors of Parks and Rec asked the city for a one-day extension from Parks and Rec just because our meeting was so close to this timeline. So we're hoping to compile all that information and vote for a formal recommendation for you.
Okay. Small question. Did you get the corrected map that you talked about in the beginning?
Yeah, it was updated on the Envision Evanston
Okay. All right.
website.
That's the one you're talking about. Okay. In terms of the, it says, for West Envision Evanston not be published until the park's strategic plan is completed. And when did you say that would be?
You know, we don't know. It was supposed to be completed October 3rd, 2023.
Yeah.
It didn't come to our board until last summer in July of 24. At that point, we were told, actually along the process, we were told that we'd be able to discuss with the consultants stuff that we saw that weren't accurate. Yeah. And then we were told shortly after that we were not allowed to speak with the consultants. But they would see if there's something we could do. And there was kind of a little bit of a disconnect of, will we be able to or not? So we tabled our discussion on the plan itself until we got a final answer about that.
Okay, well, here's my comment on that. I think that, we've been told two things by the council: get it right.
Right.
And also that, it should be the best that it can be. And the best that it could be, in my opinion, would be to incorporate your recommendations. And so I think that's something that should be, we're going to talk about the schedule, next week, but that should be part of what we're talking about, I think. So if you could come back to the staff with dates on when you guys can complete your work. Another comment I have is, when you talk about parks and we don't have enough parks and all that, my feeling on this, and I've said this before, is that it may not be that we don't have enough in total, but it certainly, and maybe you say that we do have not enough in total, but what we're really lacking is parks in specific places. There are certain wards, certain neighborhoods that have lots of parks, and I live in one of them, as I said a million times. But there are areas like the Fifth Ward where I think there's not very many parks. So it's, to me, and I haven't done this analysis, but I hope that you would look at this relative to neighborhoods. Okay, so hold on just one second. I like the idea of toilets.
Everyone's had a day ruined by not having a bathroom nearby.
Yeah, and I guess my last comment is, is that on the last page on board suggestions, when you talk about collaborate with school district 65, provide share space, yes, that's part of it. But also, I think part of what we're going to be talking about, or we have talked about, is what's going to happen to the schools and what happens when that land is available. Is it parks? Is it something else? So that gets back to a strategic plan that I think parks should have relative to schools. You know, and maybe that helps out getting a park in an area that doesn't exist. My last comment is kind of a criticism, require new developments to include park or open space. That's tough.
It is tough.
And maybe it's a contribution to parks, but requiring that to me, is not going to work.
Yeah, I think that was actually my one comment, or not my one, but my comment on the parks plan was just even in like a courtyard, you see all these beautiful buildings in Evanston that are built out large condos, and they have some form of outdoor space.
I understand, but it's land availability and all that stuff. So it's a little bit unrealistic, I think.
Thank you for your feedback.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a few. Maybe less because George actually addressed a couple. In your policy 3, you were talking about a 5%, no less than 5% of the city budget starting with 2026. Can you tell me how much is the current budget as a percentage?
Well, there's they own. I cannot. I'm sorry. Of what percent of the budget is spent for parks and recreation?
Right.
I don't have that number off the top of my head. I apologize.
I think it's difficult because currently it's spread throughout several different areas. So there isn't just a Parks and Rec line item on the budget.
I see. I mean, the reason I ask is because when we're talking about the number of parks that are in a state of disrepair, and without knowing where we are to where, I mean, maybe 5% is not enough. Maybe you need 12, maybe you need 6. I don't know. That's why I was trying to see what that meant.
I'd like to get that answer for you, and I can email the.
I think it would help to know, like, in order to bring these parks up to speed, maybe what that means monetarily, that could be discussed.
And also what other similar communities allot,
Yeah.
just as a standard. One of the things that we've asked the staff to give us is goals for all these things that we're talking about. It's great to say we need more. Well, how much more? And so on this one, it would be good to say, well, it to keep up with other similar communities, it should be this.
So, and then you have here under 4, you have increased investment in North Shore Canal. Can you expand upon what that would mean?
So that was part of, staff provided this information from the Parks and Green Space Strategic Plan draft. And it's like to increase investment in the canoe launch would be an example of that.
Okay.
So other ways to get programming involved in the
I see.
canal.
So when they tighten this up, these are concepts, but will they be tightening it up to a dollar amount or approximate range of dollars or anything like that? Because I think that when people are going to decide, I don't know.
So that's a question that I have for the consultants that were working on the Parks and Strategic Plan. They listed in the items they would accomplish cost estimates for all their ideas, and that was not included.
The last thing I just wanted to say, I mean, we tend to like compare Evanston to like, talking about national average, we tend to compare Evanston to like all these other communities around. And, the thing about Evanston being, it's a closed community, it's fully developed, but it's also kind of like half a community because you have the lake taking up the other half. Whereas other areas, there's potential to either annex or to grow. And so when we start using averages, we're not really taking into account the fact that our average is being limited by the geography. And I think that what George was saying about instead of focusing on the math, focus on the visual aesthetic, or not aesthetic, but aspect where you see an area that doesn't have parks. Well, we need to figure out how to do that. Acquiring land in this town is extremely difficult.
Right.
When we even talked about affordable housing, it's a serious challenge. So I think that's, in my opinion, that's a hard, near impossible thing to acquire for parks. Maybe someone will donate, like a Harley Clark event. Maybe someone will do that.
We would welcome that.
That's all I got.
Any other questions? Commissioner Johnson, who I will note for the record, also has joined us during this presentation.
Thank you. I'm sorry for being a couple of minutes late. I had a question. I also had a question about context and comparability with similar communities, similar size, built environment. The stat about the Evanston having half the national average for parkland per capita. So first question, is that just Evanston city owned parks, or does that include like the canal, Gulf Shores, things like that?
It includes all of the MWRD land that we use for parkland, as well as Ridgeville
Okay.
included in that, and the Pooch Park that we share with Skokie.
Okay. And then how does Evanston compare to other communities that have, what are we, about 10,000 people per square mile? So similarly dense communities, because I would imagine that, if you look at like Schaumburg or Naperville, where the population density is tremendously lower than Evanston, that I'm just wondering, how do we compare as far as national average for communities of similar density?
Okay. I don't have that answer for you right now, but I'll put it as my question for tomorrow's discussion.
Yeah, because I mean, in one of our previous meetings, when we were looking at population density comparison of surrounding communities, and I have to admit, I was surprised that our population density was as close to the population density of the city of Chicago. I know Evanston is far denser than most suburbs, but when I saw that it was just a hair lower than the city of Chicago, I was like, oh, wow. Okay.
That's shocking for me to hear too. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're kind of an outlier in terms of a suburb as far as density is concerned. And I'm just wondering how that reflects or doesn't reflect in the provision of park and open space.
That's a great question. I hope to get the answer for you soon.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Thank you very much for coming. And I know we put you in kind of a difficult spot for speaking before you've really had a chance to fully flesh everything out on your committee. But thank you for giving us where you are at this point.
Okay.
We do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And I'll just say one of the things that will probably come up kind of time and time again is there are several strategic plans that are moving their way through the city at various points. Obviously, with Envision Evanston and our comp plan, it will be a 20-year document that we're looking at. There will be more that will be coming many years down the road. And many of those things will have to be adapted into our comp plan as we review it from time to time. So just because a strategic plan isn't available today, if we say we're going to wait for one, there might be another one starting next month. So it's kind of a snapshot in time.
Because it's been developed over the past several months, I'm trying to just pull it to a close because we're so close to.
Right. So I'm just saying there will always be other strategic plans going on. I think we'll probably hear from someone else later. There's going to be another strategic plan that's in the works. So I just want to put that out there so everyone understands that. Thank you very much. Again, so our next speaker will be Sarah Dreller, who is chair of the Preservation Commission. And she'll be speaking to us about preservation and how it fits into Envision Evanston.
Thank you very much. The Preservation Commission really appreciates this opportunity to share our thoughts with you. I'm Dr. Sarah M. Dreller. I'm a public historian with a background in architectural history and preservation planning. I've been at this for about 25 years. And in my professional life, I mean, I'm a volunteer since this is my community, but in my professional life, I have in the past served as a consultant helping local governments work through the issues with preservation. So I'm happy to be here tonight to help you guys. Okay. So historic preservation is intersectional. It's not just architecture and history, it's land use, it's economics, it's social justice, it's cultural landscapes, it's all the things. Now, For someone like me, I get really excited about the interconnections and interrelationships of everything. But we do on the commission appreciate the fact that that can create sort of a confounding situation, be kind of frustrating for the public. So we are trying as much as possible to increase our education and advocacy. Historic preservation as it is practiced today is about change. It's committed to change as a kind of healthy indicator. And so the idea is not to stop change, but to make it possible, and make it possible so that it respects and strategically builds on the past. Here in Evanston, our Preservation Commission starts with the assumption that property owners are allowed to make changes to their properties, that they can and should be allowed to do that. And so our work is to help them figure out how to make that change possible. The idea that is persistent, and it's still mysterious to me, but in any case, that we somehow don't let people do what they want with their properties is just demonstrably false, and hoping that the Land Use Commission can be our partner in dispelling that myth. Relatedly, over the last 5 years, the Preservation Commission has made really substantive changes to the way our process works. And in that time, we have not denied any application. Every single application that comes to us has been approved in 5 years. Now, it's actually been more than 5 years, but I'm just talking about since we made these changes. We see multiple applications every month, and all of those people have gotten to yes with us. We do more than just review building projects. We also do a wide range of other kind of long-range planning. We have our own strategic plan, which was adopted in December of 2022, called Preserve 2040. We wrote that ourselves because we have the professional capacity to do that. Okay. In terms of Envision Evanston, our ordinance gives us a mandate to promote the cultural, educational, economic, and general welfare. In other words, we looked at everything from Envision Evanston, not just the preservation chapter. We held a special meeting on December 12th of 2024. So you all know that at that time, the comp plan and the zoning code were supposed to be together. So we talked about both of those, but we've separated them now. So we're only going to talk about the comp plan right now. And when the zoning code comes up, we'll send you another letter and do another presentation. We acknowledge that this plan has some strengths, but we, in our special meeting, identified a few areas of where it could be expanded and enriched. 2 chapters for typical comp plans that are missing from ours. 4 recommended revisions for land use strategies, 6 for the preservation chapter, 2 for the housing chapter, 3 for the environment chapter, 1 each for parks and open space, transportation, and placemaking. Okay. The missing chapters, first and foremost, we recommend that we have an implementation chapter. A lot has been made out of the fact that the zoning code is the implementation kind of tool, and that is true, but not everything in the comp plan can be implemented with zoning. So what else are you going to do? How are you going to achieve these goals? So an implementation chapter would prioritize things. It would have a timeline. It would have a matrix that shows, potential partners, funding sources, and stuff. We have an implementation chapter in Preserve 2040. Here's a screenshot of the first page. All right. Do I have a thing? Yes, I do. Here, right here, you'll see that what we've done is gone through each of our initiatives. Each one is indicated by how much time, number of years, we think it would take to implement. Who we think would be doing it would be the city, a consultant, the commission, our partners, or some combination of all of those. and also priority, low, medium, high, and pressing. Imagine if our comp plan had something like this, where each of the action items were prioritized and we knew who was supposed to be paying attention to what. Okay. By the way, the Preserve 2040, the entire thing was attached to our letter, so you are welcome to see it all. And I've made presentations about this. I'm happy to come back and make one for you specifically about 2040 if you'd like to hear about our process and how it went and how we ended up saying what we did in that. In any case, another missing chapter that we think should be in there is community systems. This would be public and private partnerships, including the school district. I understand from the meeting last week that staff is already in the process of putting something together for this, so we'll look forward to seeing those and commenting on them when we have the opportunity. Okay, land use. We would like to suggest that some kind of section or chapter having to do with urban design and community character be added. We have 4 basic themes: identifying, analyzing, and celebrating the historic development patterns that make Evanston what we are. Defining human-centered, what we think human-centered design is, and incorporating the kind of pre-existing design vocabularies here as a point of inspiration. Communicating preferred treatments, I'm here now, and especially making sure that any development that goes forward is not a kind of homogenizing force, that we make sure that we retain the diversity of our built environment, which is so important to our sense of self. And then building capacity and facilitating implementation for all these wonderful ideas by creating an urban design commission. In preservation, we would like to ask the Land Use Commission to please recommend a statement in here that supports Preserve 2040. We've already been through all of this. The City Council approved it unanimously. HDR had Preserve 2040, and not very much of it got into the comp plan. We would like to suggest that neighborhood conservation districts be expanded. Other communities similar to Evanston have NCDs, but we do not. An NCD is another thing which gets complicated, and I'm happy to come back and talk to you about that too. But it's a kind of ground up type of historic preservation tool in which the neighbors have more agency in terms of what happens there. So they're not obligated to the same requirements that a historic district would be obligated to. We would like to suggest that the city collaborate, I'm just going to read this, collaborate with tribal representatives to identify and designate a reinternment site for the inadvertent discovery of Native American indigenous ancestral remains. What am I saying there? What I mean is this. When you're doing a building project, okay, and you're digging a foundation and you encounter ancestral remains, it's very disrespectful to pick them up and take them some other place far away, and who knows what happens to them. So what we would like to suggest is that the city of Evanston collaborate with representatives from the tribes, all right, and figure out a place where these ancestral remains can go that is as close as possible to where they were found, and that they get reinterred in a way that is respectful and healing. We've had presentations about this in the commission. We've talked about it many times. I am personally very passionate about it, if you can't already tell. So we would like to suggest that the Land Use Commission include that in the comp plan. Okay, demolition delay. We would like to suggest that we have a demolition delay. Other communities have it, we do not. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a break, it's a pause. It's like a couple months, just gives the city an opportunity to have conversation about whether demolishing a particular building is in everyone's best interest or not. We would like to suggest that historic resources map and the draft comp plan get revised. It doesn't reflect current conditions, and in particular, it is missing some resources that would better reflect Evanston's kind of 20th century preservation mindset, and some things that need to be included that aren't, and that's laid out in the letter. So I'm happy to go through that if you want. but for time's sake, I'm going to move on. This last one for preservation, we would like to suggest that the comp plan include advisory review here for certain types of projects adjacent to landmarks. There have been instances in which properties which are not landmarked are allowed to be developed, and then properties that are landmarks right next to it are negatively impacted. We would like on the Preservation Commission to have a way of managing that. We don't now, and we would like that, and it's come up a couple times, and we feel pretty strongly about that. Okay. Recommendations for the housing chapter. More metrics and data. I understand from last week that staff is on it, which is fantastic. We would like to suggest that in addition to the quantitative data, that there be some qualitative sort of cataloging of the diversity of Evanston's existing housing stock and housing typology so that can be included in future decision making. In terms of the proposal to allow 4 units in all residential zones, we on the commission are quite concerned that could insert a significant profit motive for redevelopment and demolition of what is currently smaller scale, vernacular, attainable for housing. And we would like to suggest the development instead of double houses, which is already an existing typology, and that would help achieve the goals without inserting this potential profit motive. Okay, for parks and open space, we would like to suggest directly addressing the treatment of parks and open spaces within historic districts, which is, a lot of them. So we would like to have that mentioned and considered in future planning. For the environment, number 13, all these numbers actually refer to the letter. I forgot to say, and the page numbers are where you can find more detail in the letter. So the first one has to do with acknowledging the significance of heritage trees and landscapes. The trees and landscapes are a core component of how Evanston sees itself, and we would like to make sure that they are included. We would like to suggest a statement that supports volunteer landscape stewards, individuals, and organizations that do yeoman's work. We would like the city to openly support expanding their capacity and the partnerships that they need. This is a big one for us in the Preservation Commission deconstruction ordinance. Guys, the importance of embodied energy and carbon, the benefits of deconstruction, that's not up for debate anymore. We all recognize that that's important. The question is, how do we go about doing that? There are a few other communities across the country that have deconstruction ordinances. Evanston could do it. We absolutely could do it. We have had presentations about it. It comes up in the commission regularly. It's something that we could be a leader on, a national leader on. Almost done. The transportation chapter, we would like to suggest directly addressing the historic significance of the city's Metra and CTA train stations. It's part of who we are in Evanston, the soundscape, the identity of the region, our connection to Chicago and the Chicagoland area through these public transit corridors is part of our historical development, and we would like to make sure that that's addressed and acknowledged and encouraged and sort of part of the decision making. And then finally, we would like for placemaking, we would like to suggest clarifying the connections between historic preservation and the community's identity. The historic buildings, the cultural landscapes, and other historic sites are at the core of placemaking and storytelling here. And we would like to suggest that that is actually explicitly stated in the comp plan. So this is us, and I'm happy to take questions, and I am right at my time. Wow.
The clock there. 1 second to spare.
Can I take, is it okay if I take a breath now?
I'll go first. This was very impressive.
Thank you.
Very impressive. And having been on the commission, I'm so glad to see that it's a holistic approach and not just talking about the width of the mullions, you know, and
No.
the detail. So it's very impressive. And I have to say that I would agree with everything in here. I mean, just as a overall glance. So my question is, how do you help the staff get this into a format? Well, we have a chapter. It's woefully inadequate right now.
Yes, it is.
And you also gave us this thick report too, which I think I kind of glanced at it, but I think it addresses all the things in your summary. Cade sent this out. It was an attachment. And
Is that
so there's
the-
a lot more detail in this than you could possibly cover in this slideshow.
Yeah, the Preserve 2040 is what you're talking
So I
about.
encourage everybody to read it. But I guess my only question is, how do you help get this in the comp plan? Because I think it's great.
Thank you. So the answer is I'm not entirely sure, except for good old pulling up your sleeves and just doing it. Sitting there and just getting all the words where they need to be. I've been racking my brain on how that actually gets done. I wish I had a better answer for you. I think we just need to sit down and have some better alignment between what it says in the comp plan and what it says in Preserve 2040.
How much of what has been shared with us tonight is in Preserve 2040, even as just general ideas?
Almost all of it, 85% or so. There's one or two things that have developed in the interim. The reinternment site, right, is something that was not an issue at the time and has become an issue. Is that correct? The Preserve 24. This is Cade Sterling, my helpful.
Sorry,
person.
Kate Sterling, City's Preservation Planner. I think probably 85% is accurate. I think there are some things in this letter that are maybe touched on more broadly in the preservation plan that are specifically more kind of foundational changes that, you know, this body would have to agree to before we can.
And I think
Especially when we
the
talk
reason
about
I asked that
uses.
question was I'd kind of like to focus in on those areas because so many of the departments have strategic plans and their own version of this. I mean, the comprehensive general plan is comprehensive, but there also has to be some limit as to exactly how large we let this document grow. It can't be 10,000 pages because nobody will ever read it. So I'd really like to focus in on maybe that 15% of things that you feel are missing from your strategic plan that you did a couple of years ago, and that would benefit from being placed into the the comprehensive general plan. You mentioned one, which was the reinterment, which I think is an excellent idea. It's a good idea. It's something that
do you
people
think
are
so?
beginning to think of now. One of the other ones that I starred, real quick, let me just kind of flip through my document here, was, I can't find it real quick now. But there were a couple things that just kind of jumped out at me. Like they seemed to be things that I had not heard through things.
The NCDs, maybe? Neighborhood
NCDs,
Conservation Districts?
I've heard
That's
of
in there.
and haven't really touched on. Oh, it was the, the deconstruction ordinance. I don't know if that's touched on in your
It is.
current preserve. I didn't make it through the entire document, I have to
So
admit.
it's really only tangentially. What it says in the preservation plan is to advocate for it to be
Okay.
adopted. So
So
and,
maybe
and we
can-
have done
maybe we
that.
can
I think this
strengthen
is
that.
part of that advocacy. But taking that to the next step, I think, is important.
Right, because as we look through, especially with the sustainability issues that we've been addressing through the comp plan, that obviously becomes one of those, because we keep hearing about the stored carbon in our environment. And so, not just taking that, literally making it a landfill issue, but figuring out what can be done with that.
Yeah, we had a presentation that was fascinating. Maybe if you wouldn't mind sending them the link for that on YouTube so that you could watch that if you want. And we also, Kate and I made a presentation a little bit after that with some of the council members and got some good feedback, but we just need to kind of keep it going. And it can make a difference, and we can do it here. We can absolutely do it here from, I believe. And it would make us leaders.
I just want to clarify something. Because Chicago has something like this 4 landmark or orange rated buildings. I don't think I hope you're talking about broader than that, because you're talking about just to cartoon it, a developer coming in and wiping out a whole block and, doing that. That's what you're talking about too, to prevent, major deconstruction or even individual deconstruction that's significant to a neighborhood.
So I think that I would like to just clarify some vocabulary. So demolition is where the building is removed from the site permanently, whereas deconstruction is where it's a form of demolition in which you very carefully take the pieces apart so that then they are effectively salvaged. And
I was talking about demolition, but yeah.
Yeah.
Under the issue that you had raised about extending the demolition
The
permit time.
demolition delays.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a couple of months. Just to
So
have
that's a
conversation.
My point is that I hope we don't make it just about historic buildings, but more broader than that.
I think, and you're talking about demolition delay now? Yeah, so demolition delay, I think, is specifically for non-historic designated properties that may have historic, cultural, architectural significance to the community and its identity, but that you don't know that until it's proposed to be demolished.
If somebody were to come and request to demolish a landmark, it gets, there's a kind of a flag, and so there's a process. And what we're suggesting is to have a process for those buildings that we've identified, but haven't yet made their way through the system, but we know for sure are important.
So I just want to clarify something you just said. So when you're talking about the buildings that would be identified, they already have some level of identification. They just haven't moved through the process. So home X, just because someone wants to tear it down, isn't necessarily going to be stalled in their demolition of it. You've kind of identified areas, homes that you're looking at, areas you're looking at, that sort of stuff. Okay.
So just for everybody's kind of edification, there is a study list of eligible properties. There are many of them. So I think that could be a starting place. That is something that the commission is responsible for adding to on an ongoing basis. That's part of our ability to be a certified local government with historic expertise that's recognized by the state. So we continually add to that document. But there are other opportunities where I think it could apply to a building that is not on that list.
I just have concerns that if it were to become too broad, that every single home.
I think it's a wonderful place to start with the list of properties.
Okay, that's what I'm kind of getting at. Is I don't want to say you can't tear down anything. We're going to delay everything until we've researched it. And so I want just clarification.
I agree with that, but I think the other aspect is quantity. If someone buys up 4 lots of non-historic houses and decides to put up, 4 flats on every site, that should be addressed, I think. The quantity, not just historic significance or potential historic significance, but quantity. And maybe that's not part of the historic, but it's...
I think that would fall under a different area than preservation.
Yeah.
If that's something we want to look into,
But I would say that it probably does. But again, if you're looking at environmental impacts, it would probably fall under the environment chapter where, you don't want stuff going to the landfill, even if it is a
again,
non-historic
we're kind of
building.
crossing over between our demolition and deconstruction.
There's demolition and there's deconstruction. This is what I was referencing at the beginning, where we understand that there can be a lot of confusion. So it's okay. I spend a lot of my time explaining things. But yeah, it was not our intention to suggest that every single demolition permit has a 90-day.
And I just
delay.
wanted to clarify that, so.
But we do have this study list of eligible buildings or properties that could benefit from some modest protection.
Let me just say, I do think it's part of historic because it's you mentioned that it's not just buildings, it's open space, it's environment, it's character. And I hope that word absolutely comes back into the comprehensive plan, because I think it's especially important for Evanston to have that word in. And that's what I'm getting at, preserving character of a neighborhood.
Just so for context, just so that everyone hearing me knows, in preservation we have something called character defining features, which is where I see some people nodding, where we think about what is significant and then strategically plan for helping to preserve those items, those character defining features, and then other aspects that are not character defining features, those can be modified at will. So that's part of the getting into the details of preservation, but that's the context for this term character for us.
All right.
Well,
Go ahead.
thank you for this presentation. This is very interesting, and I really appreciate much of it. I have a few questions. The number 6, where you were talking about a reinterment site. Have you explored any? I mean, there is a piece of land that is on the corner of Ridge and Lincoln. I think it's park. It's a parkland, but it's not functioning like a park. It's just dirt with grass on it. That something like that that's not being utilized is part of the park's facilities that could be utilized for this might be a nice place to do something like that. So I think this is great. I think this is really a critical thing for us to be considering as we're evolving our community, and trying to find those resources are tricky. So I just wanted to put that out there and share that with you. In addition, tell me a little bit more about 9. It sounds to me like you're extending the oversight of what you would be doing with the historic landmark to the neighbors. And I'm not clear on how that it would be appropriate if they're not landmarked. So tell me about that.
Sure. So that's a good question. Is this in the Preserve 2040 plan? Yeah. So this is one of those. This is part of the 15% that hasn't gotten into the Preserve 2040 plan. Okay. So there is something called integrity, a term that we think of called integrity for landmarks, and part of what makes landmarks eligible to be landmarks, I guess you would say, is if they have the integrity of feeling, of setting, of things. And so when the setting of a landmark is significant, part of the character defining features of a landmark, and that is eroded in some way, then that is problematic for the landmark, even if that is having to do with a setting that is not exactly part of the landmark's kind of property boundaries. I hope I explained that properly. So in any case, so what we're talking about is in instances in which a landmark is important, in part because the setting is significant, then that would be relevant to the surrounding neighborhood or the surrounding adjacent properties. We have binding review on Preservation Commission, whereas we're suggesting here advisory review only. So this is a step down. It's literally just asking the property owners and adjacent properties to come to us and tell us what they're doing to make sure that if there is integrity of setting that might be negatively impacted by what they're doing, we have a conversation, but it would only be advisory. And only in certain circumstances. Did I
Yeah,
explain
no,
that?
you helped
Okay.
with that, yeah. Also,
You want to say something more? Go ahead.
I just think the last part is a really important distinction that I think when we talk about impact to integrity of setting or feeling of a landmark that's outside of a historic district, which for context, there's about 430 of them in Evanston, which is a big number. I think the impacts are demolition and what the new construction looks like. It's more its mass and its form and relationship to it than it is. We're certainly not talking about advisory review of somebody who wants to put a small addition on the back or who wants to replace their windows or none of that is what we're talking about.
Okay,
They're
that was
major
helpful.
projects.
Thank you. Lastly, number 11, we're sniffing around the zoning ordinance again here with this. The 4-unit issue makes me think about not so much the 4 units, but these gigantic 10,000, 8,000 square foot mansions that are running along Michigan, Forest, Sheridan, and inside, from South Boulevard to Clark. And if you go through there are examples of these mansions that have been subdivided into 1, 2, or 3 residences. And my question is, where is historic on that? What's the feeling about that? Because this is also part of the idea of changing what we're going to tolerate. And with contracting family sizes, as we've seen the last 30 years, the demand for a 9-bedroom house for your 8 kids there aren't that many families of that size anymore, at least not around here.
So in Evanston, the Preservation Commission only has jurisdiction over the exterior of a building because that is the public good.
Right, but
So
in order
whatever-
to subdivide it, you need to deal with the exterior access of the building. You can't have, this is front entrance is your side door. I mean, you'd be changing the facade dramatically.
Yeah, so to the extent to which they need to alter the exterior would be treated as any other preservation project. They would come to us. That would probably be a major application, so a certificate of appropriateness, and we would walk through the project with them, but we do not, we don't even require actually the interior plans.
Right.
So it's what they need to do on the outside, and if that is harmonious with the existing building, if it doesn't negatively impact the character defining features, I get to use those terms since I've explained them to you, then we let it go. The other thing to keep in mind is that historic districts, contributors to historic districts are treated with a lower threshold than individual landmarks. And I guess I should have
Say that
mentioned
again, please.
Sure. Contributors to historic districts have a lower threshold of review than individual landmarks. So individually listed landmarks are the highest level of protection, and then a contributor to a historic district is different. And so if we're talking about a large mansion which is not itself listed individually, but is a contributor to a district, and they want to make some changes, that would be treated with more flexibility.
I see.
Just kind of following up on that a little bit.
Sure.
So we have landmarks, we have contributing structures. We have other places within historic districts that have no significance whatsoever.
Non-contributing. Yeah, so that's the term, non-contributing.
And so I'm not asking you to make a judgment on those right this minute, but I'm assuming those would be viewed even more liberally than a contributing or a landmark building.
So every city is different in terms of how they treat their non-contributing, that's the term, non-contributing buildings within districts. Our preservation ordinance does not make any formal distinction between contributing and non-contributing. But in practice, our staff person tells us that this is technically within the boundaries of the district, but as the district is described, this particular building is considered non-contributing, and then we take that into consideration.
And where the distinction is drawn is in the commission's rules. So the way that we process applications for non-contributing resources is different. The majority of changes, even additions to non-contributing resources, are handled administratively. They don't travel to the commission. I do think it's really important, though, to realize that, the Lakeshore Historic District, only 7% of its resources are non-contributing. Right. The Northeast Historic District, it's about 10%. The Oakton Historic District, which is not local, it's, only 5% is non-contributing. You see additional non-contributing resources in the Ridge Historic District. About 30% of those are non-contributing. Some of that is due to the date of that survey from the very early 80s. I think if you resurveyed that, you would see that number increase dramatically in terms of contributing properties. But it's also a symptom of those properties being pretty significantly subdivided in the 50s and 60s, and some of those new interventions are not as sympathetic as it could be.
Kate, are there guidelines for non-contributing?
We have very few design guidelines. That's something that's in the Preserve 2040 plan, is to create guidelines like that to try to create more predictive outcomes for developers.
I think based on a couple instances that have come up recently, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, and some of these rules are new. So the commission is allowed to be very flexible. They can change their own rules. I think that change was maybe 5 years ago, where they started treating non-contributing properties a little bit differently than they have in the past.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to say, is that I mentioned that we had made some pretty major structural changes, and that was one of them, is identifying more opportunities for administrative review to help applicants that didn't need to go through the whole process of coming to us to kind of just keep going with their project. Can I throw another term at you? Is it okay? It's not too late for another term. There are contiguous districts and non-contiguous districts. Contiguous is where the boundary is a one continuous line, and within that, everything in that is part of the district. And the only time that contiguous districts are supposed to be delineated is when there's a very high concentration of contributors. When you have discontiguous districts is when you have things that are thematic, like all the fire stations or all the whatevers, where they are by nature historically scattered across the city. And so obviously you're not going to draw a big district contiguous line across everything. So that does mean that every once in a while, a few non-contributors get sort of pulled into the net. But in Evanston, it's actually been pretty thoughtfully done over time. I hope that helps.
Yep. Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Pirchev.
I highly applaud your work.
Thank you.
That's absolutely great. And say hi to everybody in the commission.
Yes,
that's
hi.
great.
Yes.
I have especially a very big opinion about your proposed implementation chapter.
Sure.
It was in my notes that I wanted, and you get it before me. But I will add something to it.
Sure.
And it is connected to your idea of urban design commission, which I also say it's a great one. So in the implementation chapter, I would suggest that we put, let's say, like phasing of checks. And this will be probably in the schedule of the urban design committee. You and everybody probably knows that mistakes in urban design are irreversible.
Yeah.
So the sooner we get them, still there is a chance to at least improve the outcome of a mistake. So I would say 5 years or something like that, we should have in the implementation plan check what happens with the main things that we're changing with the comprehensive plan. So I believe this will be a great addition to the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. I would agree with that. I have nothing to add. I can't go back to the implementation. It's not working. Nope. I just wanted, because it was being mentioned, to put that up. The implementation chapter in Preserve 2040 goes on for a few pages, so I just wanted to put this up here. So we did talk when we were doing Preserve 2040 about having a timeline and so on, but sometimes we wanted to also make it flexible. But I do think that when it comes to urban design, it's probably pretty important.
All right, thank you.
I had one last thing. I just saw number 10, which is, I think, a great idea. Is there, when we were talking about the issue regarding demolition delay, with number 10, does it make sense to have more detailed information about the property's history? Like, can we plug into like Evanston Historical Society and get their data and incorporate that into this platform, that there'd be a more fuller explanation and description of the property and what it entails and what it was about, that when decisions are being made, they could have a one go-to place that they could look at this? Or is that just kind of pie in the sky thinking?
Okay, do you want to come? We do have little kind of mini descriptions for each of our landmarks,
Right.
But I'm not sure. Are you talking about like a GIS where we could like click on it and it would pop up?
Well, that's possible, but I mean, this recommendation was talking about include additional metrics and data and analysis. So I'm just buffeting that with source of some other data.
Yeah.
And how you'd access it or present it for accessibility is something which I hadn't.
And we're talking about citywide, or are we talking specific about historic properties?
The existing houses.
I would start with historic and maybe go citywide.
So we have a wonderful precedent for this already in the Lakeshore Historic District, and it is available, publicly accessible GIS data. Click on a parcel, it pops up an inventory sheet, it tells you the history, it tells you what changes happened. We do not have that for our other districts. It's a wonderful model. I think we'd like to replicate it, certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Aravallo.
Yeah, I guess I have something very similar to my fellow commissioner. Is there something that, I guess, some data that you would have on historic homes or landmark homes that a developer that's new to Evanston, they want to build McMansion next to a historical home, like you were saying, something, it's three stories versus the 1-story home. Is there something that basically the developer, when he's looking to buy or purchase a property, is able to tell? Like, is there something on the sidewalk that says, a little placard that says, hey, the guy next door is actually historic or is preserved? So that kind of would deter them from trying to, if there's certain rules that we would have.
So I have a couple of answers. First of all, most individual, I'm going to back away from most. Many individual landmarks have little plaques on the front of the building that says it's a landmark, and typically it'll say like what number it is, because they're numbered, and then the whoever, the developer or whomever, somebody walking down the street can look that up and find the information about it. So there's that. I don't know if that would be a deterrent so much as it would be information, but it really depends on whether they're doing their due diligence or whether they're focused exclusively on their little piece. Our staff, how many, it's like 600 per year of like phone calls that you get from people. The technical assistance that our staff provides to just anybody who wants to call and ask a question about anything having to do with preservation. For instance, I'm a owner of a landmark, an individual landmark property. Before I purchased my house, I made it part of the contract that I could get out of the contract if I wanted, and I took that time to meet with Cade. before I made the purchase, so that I was fully clear about what owning a landmark in Evanston was, could do, and anybody could come do that. I don't know if I exactly answered your question. Sort of. Go ahead.
No, that's why I was asking if there was anything, and I wasn't saying deter because, anybody could buy anything at any point. But just some guidelines, I guess, to neighboring homes or neighboring, because if there's a piece of land that is vacant next to a historical home, what do you do with that land? Is there something that can be, because if it's going to be brought to us, as an inquiry, because that's usually what we get, even though we ask them to go through landmark and everything else. But if it's not a landmark necessarily, but if it's a historical home, are there going to be, or would we be able to have guidelines to be able to preserve that?
I do want to acknowledge that if the empty spot is within the context of a district, then the new construction does come to us. So the only instance in which a property could be developed next to a landmark property and not come to us is when it is an individual landmark and not an historic district. Does that make sense? That's the one that I was talking about before, to have some advisory review. If we were to determine that we wanted to do that as a city, then presumably when they go in, there would be kind of a flag or something in the GIS that says this is adjacent to a landmark and it's subject to advisory review. But we'd have to decide that, as a group, as a city. But currently we do not have that, but we were asking for some version of that. I hope that was a better answer. Okay, Usher.
Just one thing I want to mention, because I think that the program has been really successful in this way, is trying to partner with realtors and create more of a connection with realtors. So when they market a property, they understand what its significance is, and I'll give you an example, the gas station that's on Central Street on the corner of Hurd and Central. This is a very seemingly insignificant building to a lot of people that has really a deep history and a deep association with our nation's history. And we worked with those realtors. Actually, it was them who reached out, and they marketed that as an opportunity for adaptive use when it easily could have been marketed as a teardown. So I think creating and facilitating and strengthening those types of relationships are really important as well.
I just would like to add, since Kate brought that particular project up, that was a success story similar to the one that I described when I purchased my home, in which they came. Right, they came during the purchase process, so they had an out if they didn't like what we said. And anybody is welcome to do that.
All right. I guess, thank you very much for a very thorough presentation. We appreciate it. The one thing that I would like us to sort of draw from this is really focusing in on that 15%. Or whatever that percentage is, that isn't really discussed in Preserve 2040. I think this is a chance for us to capture some of those things. As I mentioned earlier, there's always going to be other plans and things like that. And I don't think everything has to be adapted into the comp plan, but referencing those other documents as they update and things like that is a great way to not make our comprehensive plans so overwhelming, but yet still have those things as part of the discussion and anything that's being thought of in terms of zoning or development throughout the city.
I think it's important, though, that there are some really key main themes that those are included in the plan, but we don't have to have all of them.
Right. That's why I'm saying concentrate on those things, not necessarily ignore everything else, but that's the area that I really would like to see some concentration in the strategic plan or in the comp plan that we're doing.
Yeah, the Preserve 2040, as many pages long. I've forgotten now how long it is, but I didn't go through each one of those items here tonight, or else I would have gone way past my 15 minutes. But there are a couple of things like the deconstruction ordinance and a few other things that are in 2040 that are not, that we are suggesting could be in the comp plan. And then that is the reason why we asked that there be a statement in the comp plan acknowledging Preserve 2040 and its importance.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
The next speaker doing a presentation is Chloe Thurston, who is from Housing and Community Development. This is a little bit of a unique one because this is one of the committees that actually has city council members on it as well. And so we obviously could not ask the chair of a commission, or a committee which is run by city council members, to come and present to us on this. So I'm grateful for Ms. Thurston for stepping forward and helping us.
Excuse me, before you get started, did we get a handout on this?
No, I have a brief presentation.
Oh, is it?
I think.
No.
No, it's the environmental board.
Yep.
So,
I promise that my presentation is not very long, and so should be possible to follow without a handout. But first, thank you for this invitation to provide a top-line summary of the discussion of the proposed plan that's occurred on the Housing and Community Development Committee. As Chair Rogers mentioned, I'm coming to you as a member, not the chair of the committee. And as I mentioned to Chair Rogers upon receiving this invitation, was that in part, our summary will be somewhat short because HCDC did not decide to issue a joint collective statement or recommendation to the City Council. I'll say more about that in a second. There's not too much to read into that, but I'll explain that later. Just quickly, as a reminder for sort of why we're here and have been part of this process, HCDC's purpose is to guide city policy on the use of federal entitlement funds. This includes the Community Development Block Grant, as well as other funding sources. The issues in our scope are relevant to, first, developing vibrant, welcoming, sustainable neighborhoods, improving housing and combating homelessness, maintaining and expanding housing affordability and diversity, supporting local business and job creation, and also revitalizing public spaces. So just with that in mind, you can sort of see where some of the overlap is in the comprehensive plan. And so I'll provide a summary of HCDC's discussion on Envision Evanston and the comprehensive plan that emphasizes 3 points. So first, HCDC has been regularly engaged in these discussions in the planning and discussion of Envision 2045 since March of last year. That's entailed receiving regular updates from city staff during our monthly meetings. We've had opportunities to bring questions to staff, to discuss priorities and concerns in meetings, including what we might want to see addressed in an ideal comprehensive plan. We've also, as members, but also, of course, everyone in the community as well, has been invited to attend and participate in various envisioning exercises. Some of us have, others, because this is a commission that involves council members as well. Council members have also had the chance to talk to some of their own constituents about this, and community members, or to hear from them. And we've had recurring discussions on Envision Evanston and the comprehensive plan in our committee. So a few issues have come up in those recurring discussions that have occurred again since the spring. First, the topic of housing cost burden, especially rent burden. We define that as anything above sort of 30% of one's income spent towards their housing costs. Rent burden rates are just under 50% among cost burden is just under 50% among renters in Evanston. And what we know is that this is also not spread evenly across the city. Another issue that is discussed frequently in relation to this, but as well, again, also in relation to our general purview is what's known as missing middle housing. This does not have a formal definition. Informally, sometimes we think about this as housing that would be affordable to people or households within about 80% to 120% of the area median income. But again, there are sort of other definitions. But the point being sort of the sort of lack of housing available to people of different types of economic backgrounds that might be different sizes of housing, different sort of forms of housing. Affordability is also something that comes up frequently that shouldn't be surprising, again, given the mission of HCDC and the types of decisions and questions we tend to concern ourselves with on the committee. But of course, this has differing definitions, and this is something that we've also reckoned with in our committee itself. And again, something that is relevant to Envision itself, because affordability can mean different things in different contexts. Affordable can be sort of for people at the very bottom of the income distribution. It can also just mean, again, when we're thinking about this in relation to missing middle housing, housing that is affordable by middle class households but might not yet be available because perhaps it's smaller than the 8,000 square foot mansion that you mentioned before. Another thing that has come up in these discussions is a recognition that there's no single solution to these challenges that the community faces. These are things that require sort of multiple levers to try to tackle them. So this includes zoning and land use as one of those levers, but it includes other things too. And again, we talk about many of these in the committee and our discussion of these issues, in addition, is not confined to Envision or to the comprehensive plan. We also sort of have discussed this in relation to, you mentioned the other strategic plans. We have a strategic housing plan that we're discussing. It's kind of on hold right now while we finish Envision Evan. We finished getting through this one. And we also discuss our consolidated plan that we provide to HUD, also laying out housing characteristics, economic development characteristics of the community, and sort of aims and goals and sort of policy tools and sort of proposals. So, which is all by way of saying that these discussions have come up in regards to the comprehensive plan specifically, but these are also things that come up in general just through the course of our discussions every month. So that's the first point. The second is I wanted to highlight one important discussion in our committee that relates to the comprehensive plan and the zoning, which is HCDC's vote in October to recommend that City Council repeal and replace the inclusionary housing ordinance. So we started talking about this in June of last year. At the time, staffers presented us with sort of an explanation of some of the challenges associated with the standing inclusionary housing ordinance, and sort of provided a comparison between that and sort of the proposed one. At the time, we asked for more information, including just more evidence and data and sort of like how other cities have dealt with this, what sort of types of ordinances and types of regulations they use. And we received that. And as I said, in October, we voted on this. So with a 4-1 vote, the IHO would, in addition to other things, and city staff are here as well to provide sort of more specifics, raise sort of some of the baseline requirements for affordable housing allotments for covered developments. This would include incentivizing creating housing units rather than in lieu payments, which is the sort of more frequent option that developers take. It would add a bit of flexibility for developers in how to reach their affordable housing goals, in addition to sort of clarifying and reducing some uncertainty. And it would aim to try to incentivize a variety of sizes of units. One of the needs that comes up in connection with HCDC, but also that's sort of mentioned in Envision as well, is sort of different, sizes of housing, different numbers of bedrooms, not sort of only 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom new units. So this isn't meant to be a comprehensive or official summary of the IHO, but the reason that I'm bringing this up here, the reason it's relevant to you, is that in our discussions, we recognize that the actual effect that will not go into effect until a comprehensive plan and a zoning ordinance are approved. So that's a decision. So we made the decision to recommend that City Council approve the IHO update, but this is something that's directly or sort of indirectly tied to what you guys are discussing right now in terms of the comprehensive plan and the zoning update, because they go hand in hand, they run concurrently. 3, and finally, at present, as I mentioned, HCDC has not issued a collective statement or recommendation or set of recommendations regarding the comprehensive plan. We were invited to. We discussed the possibility of providing a written statement to council. This came up in the November meeting and the December meeting. Ultimately, the committee discussed the plan We asked questions of staff, provided reactions in the December 2024 meeting, but did not decide to issue a collective statement. I instead will summarize a few of the the topics that came up. There was a wide-ranging set of questions and comments. These included questions submitted in advance for staff about the impetus for such a broad, wide-ranging, and long-term plan, its relationship to existing rules and regulations, particularly, again, around land use and zoning, but not only. Questions about, and also questions about the relationship between affordability and density, as they might be assumed in the Envision chapter, and whether that can be clarified a bit. The general discussion also touched on a range of issues, and this is all recorded and publicly available, so I'll highlight just a few. The community input process was mentioned several times in comments by members. A council member on the committee reported that the document seemed to reflect the community feedback and values of an ideal future version of Evanston. That was their words, before mentioning that there are still more difficult questions. You all recognize this as well, about how to translate the vision and goals, which do seem to reflect a lot of the community input that folks received into actual housing policy. It was noted by this person, but by other members of the committee as well, that there's a different question about sort of how to communicate the proposed changes and potential effects to the community. There seem to be a lot of questions still about sort of what people's lived environments might look like, what their neighborhoods might end up looking like, particularly around R1 changes. And so there seems to be a need for just sort of greater clarity and information. Several indicated in comments a general support for reducing the number of zoning districts or simplifying the code in relation to making it easier to build more and different types of housing. Again, speaking to one of these issues that came up, that comes up pretty persistently in HCDC, but also has come up consistently when the comprehensive plan has come up for discussion, which is about sort of the supply of housing and the sort of different types of housing. Still, questions were raised about the pace of reform. One member mentioned that since zoning is not reformed often, we should take the time to get it right. And the nature as well. One asked whether 4 units is the right sort of maximum. I think this has come up today too. Another commented that it might be desirable to continue to think about ways to enable and encourage neighborhoods to develop with their sort of pre-existing preferred levels of density, or sort of lot sizes, et cetera. So this is to highlight that there's not a consensus on these issues. They were raised, they were discussed, and there was kind of a range of views. One suggestion was made, which was to add or to revise the section on what the state of Illinois and Cook County is doing. Right now it says that they're not really doing anything, or it says that the state of Illinois is not really doing anything with regards to helping with the provision of affordable housing or missing middle housing. And so recent updates at the state level have rendered that section perhaps in need of updating. There was a discussion about sort of asking for more questions about what we know from other cases about the consequences of some of these zoning changes that are proposed, as well as whether the city of Evanston had done any projections to try to understand the possible effects on housing supply. Staff did mention that that's kind of a difficult thing to do because housing supply is also determined by market actors, and so it's a difficult thing, but it's a question that was raised. And then there were some general questions again in regards to the comprehensive plan. One is how to reconcile the competing priorities in the plan. There are many. They are not sort of ranked. If they come into conflict, it's not entirely clear in the current plan what the sort of process for how one might think about what to do there. One of these specific examples that was provided was when sort of environmental goals might come into conflict with affordability goals. For example, changing the sort of heating source for a currently affordable apartment might make it less affordable depending on how that is implemented. Related to this is how flexible is the plan to changing circumstances, and how we might assess progress towards goals, and whether there might be a process for revisiting the plan or revising the plan. So there was a discussion about the extent to which, this is something that is changeable, the extent to which it's something that will be looked at, frequently, every couple of years, what have you. As we all know, the last time we did this was 25 years ago. So there was a discussion about whether it would be good to sort of think about this as a living document that can be assessed and revised as necessary. And as I mentioned again, I'm providing this sort of broad summary because while we decided not to issue a set of recommendations, this also doesn't reflect a particularly contentious process. It was just that there were some disagreements in and a lot of different questions that were not going to be resolved in the third hour, or like second and a half hour, I guess, of a late December meeting. But what I will say, though, again, just to kind of speak to that, was Chair Revelle did summarize the outcome of this meeting at the end of this meeting. As again, the committee was appreciative and complimentary to the work that's gone into this, and in general saw this as a good roadmap to the future. I think that's a pretty accurate summary of sort of the general sense of the plan itself. So again, in summary, this is something that we've been actively discussing since March, and it relates very much to HCDC's stated priorities around housing availability, supply, affordability, stability, and things like that. Again, we did take one vote on a recommendation, that's the inclusionary housing ordinance update, that is relevant to the passage of the comprehensive plan because it's something that's supposed to go into effect after that and the zoning ordinance are passed. And then finally, although we discussed the comprehensive plan, HCDC did not issue a collective statement of recommendations for the plan. Instead, we have a collection of individual reactions to the plan and suggestions. So with that, thank you.
First off, I'm absolutely shocked that there is not consensus in the city of Evanston on an issue. That doesn't catch me by surprise. I think it's important that, and I think all of us have agreed that revisiting the plan is something that needs to be built into any comprehensive plan that we do. These are living documents. They aren't documents that are just supposed to be put on a shelf and are supposed to guide us for such a long period of time. I mean, there are huge sections that are missing in our current plan of things that we do every day. That don't address things like the affordable housing issue because that was not an issue in 2000 that was being addressed with the fervor that it's being addressed today. I do have one question, and this might be a question for staff. I saw you come into the room. When we talk about housing cost burden, and when we see that it's 50%, I think you said, for the city of Evanston, how do university students figure into that? They have housing costs, but they don't necessarily have incomes in the same way. So how does that play? So I don't know. Either one of you can answer that question. And I'm wondering if that number appears artificially inflated because of the number of university students we have. And if so, do we have a more accurate number?
Sure. Uri Pachter, Senior Housing Planner for the record. Typically, housing cost burden is measured at the household level, and students who are living in dorms are in group quarters, which are separate. Right. They're part of the population, but separate from households, so wouldn't be incorporated into that. Students who are living in non-institutional settings or non-group quarters would be included. So a significant portion are sort of exempt from that. Right. And then the rest would be included in, as you're well aware, students could be PhD students, master's students, et cetera. So sort of at various points in life. Yeah. Exactly. So that's sort of how it would generally shake out for that type of calculation. Okay.
On a similar note, one of the maps that is in the current draft plan is showing kind of where the housing cost burden is the highest. And basically the Presbyterian home shows up, and which, obviously, it's not the Fifth Ward, or it's not the west side of Evanston. So I presume that's because of the cottages and stuff that they have there. I don't know.
Because they don't have income really. I mean, they have Social Security investments, that sort of thing, but it's not.
So the question is, how do you account for, groups that may or may not be representative of the Evanston's overall population, or can we?
So I guess the short answer would be most of the data that we've discussed so far in the comprehensive plan is taken at a larger macro level. And then when diving down, we could dive down based on geography, but we could also do so based on income levels. I think we have some preliminary information that we shared with HCDC for the strategic housing plan, where not surprisingly at lower income levels, cost burden tends to be higher. So that also is another way of looking at it, but it can be done by age as well. As we've discussed previously, sometimes the margins of error are kind of high when going there, but those are other ways we can look at it to make sure we're accounting for different factors.
Well, I think that, when we're, adding data and looking at the comprehensive plan, that would be helpful.
Noted.
I have a question. HCDC, do they have actual data on how many units could be built to mitigate the affordable housing? I mean, how many units they need, or how many units we need in the city of Evanston to bring this problem down to a much more benign level than it is right now? Do we know anything about that? Because we're talking about redesigning the code here, and it's like, to fix what though?
HCDC, no. I don't believe that HCDC does have data on sort of exactly how much housing we would need. We receive regular updates on the inclusionary housing ordinance wait list, but that's not exactly, it's not necessarily an indicator of need, because we don't actually know where those people on the wait list are currently. Sometimes by the time a spot housing opens up, the very first person on the wait list might not be somebody that still is able to get that housing right away or in need of it.
I see.
That's about as much as I can say from HCDC, because that's kind of the extent to which that's one of the kind of things that we get some information about, but it's not entirely informative, the answer to answer your question.
To make this even more complicated, I think that when you just talk about housing units, I think they're all counted the same, or do you count studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms separately?
For the inclusionary housing ordinance wait list, or for?
No, just in terms of how many units we have, how many we need, and all that. Because I think that unfortunately, everything we hear from the community is we want to promote families, and so families need larger units. We're not getting larger units. We're getting studios and 1 bedrooms, from developers for reasons that we could go into. I understand that. But I think, let me just say, I think one of the issues that we need to talk more about is how do we encourage developers to provide larger units?
So this is something that we have, that has come up in our discussions as well. I think Uri might actually be a good person. So, because this relates to some extent to the IHO changes, right? In terms of, but also to some of the other.
Sure. Yeah, briefly, we could do a deep dive about the inclusionary housing ordinance at another point in time. There's more clear guidelines for developers in the proposed update to the inclusionary housing ordinance that would allow more flexibility in terms of different levels of area median income, different sizes of units.
Good.
Right now, it's stricter, and it makes it a little bit more difficult for developers to provide those units and comply. So that's part of the goal. There's also a recognition that the IHO is the inclusionary housing ordinance is responsive to the market. So whatever developers propose, that's all the inclusionary housing ordinance can do.
So you get a certain percentage of studios if it's all studios, and that's all you get.
Correct.
Yeah,
but
I understand.
The IHO is only one of many tools that we're working with. Yeah. So in the short run, I wouldn't look to the inclusionary housing ordinance as a way to increase the number of larger units. We can do the best we can with what we've got there, but we can use other levers and tools to try to do that in terms of preservation or other types of production.
Well,
outside of that
even in
tool.
the PD process, there maybe that's a possibility to require that. I had a couple other comments. One is on the strategic housing plan, which you decided that you're not going to complete. Is that
right? No, we didn't decide not to complete it. We had a very full agenda or docket for the past 12 months, and so in order, I mean, you can say more as well, but in order to make sure that we were able to discuss the HUD consolidated plan and also envision, Evanston, that was just put on hold temporarily, right?
Yeah, I would add, sorry, we have different heights, so we're moving the back and forth. The strategic housing plan, it was a city council goal to be brought forth in 2024, and we were aiming to do so at the end of 2024. Right. In order, from capacity constraints, we're focused more as a staff that we're working on the strategic housing plan on Envision Evanston. It is still a major goal, and we are going to move that forward as fast as possible.
My question, my point is this, is that I see your schedule from June through December, and it's draft plan, final plan. We're not going to do that. You just decided not to complete it at this time. Maybe wrong language, but my point is that you have brought up so many issues that HCDC is discussing, that we're discussing, and that we'll continue to discuss, not only as part of the comp plan, but also part of zoning and implementation of the comp plan. Is there anything you can give to us in draft form that would maybe even raise questions that we haven't thought about, or things like that?
No, I can go back to the committee and see if they would like to provide some questions to you specifically. The committee was invited to provide questions to staff. Some did.
Yeah.
In writing. To HCDC, to city staff. And as I said, we were invited to write a collective statement, and then we did not we decided not to write.
We're not even looking for recommendations. I think what I'm talking about is just any thoughts, just thoughts on different subjects, and there could be conflicting thoughts.
So, if you'd like me to send what I've summarized the thoughts, the sort of,
and I was taking notes,
the nature of the conflicts. I can submit that in writing.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
But in general, they were, the sort of general, and again, as Chair Revelle mentioned, generally, the committee was pretty supportive of the aims of Envision Evanston. And then there were, and I outlined some of them, some differences in terms of, the concrete, how, do we know enough about certain aspect, certain potential consequences? People are not necessarily going to agree on specifics, but we also don't have the authority, we're not the land use committee. And so we don't have the authority to decide on sort of the appropriate number of units.
Understand. This is going to be a big topic in the next few months.
If you'd like, we can provide some more, if you'd like us to provide sort of.
Yeah, I think it would be, I think any information that we can get and staff can get is helpful.
Is it, or shouldn't be an issue, right?
Well, we can work with you to
yeah.
pass it through.
Okay, so we can work with them.
The last thing I wanted to mention is regarding affordable housing, which is a difficult subject. And you mentioned in the beginning that your purpose is to guide the use of government funds. I believe that what we should have going forward at some point before we finalize the zoning are several meetings that gather experts in affordable housing. And people that do it, people that know how it works, and government funding, as we should know, is a huge part, an essential part of getting affordable housing. And so if you guys have access to experts, I think we'd like to know about that too, and bring them into that conversation that we need to have.
I I think that's an excellent suggestion. I think we would all benefit from that.
All right.
I'll mention, while sort of making recommendations about the use of government funds is part of the purview of HCDC, most housing is provided on the market, and so sort of also within our purview. And again, a reason that our docket has been quite full this last year has to do with other sorts of recommendations that sort of exist in that space, right? So landlord, tenant, ordinances and things like that.
Commissioner Linville?
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about the concept of missing middle housing. You were kind of talking in terms of price, that it's not just, and that the other concept is building type. So, and I think that right now the concept of missing middle housing is kind of morph those two notions together, because missing middle housing from an architectural standpoint is you have detached single family housing on one end, and then you have the high-rise multifamily on the other end, and then there's a whole bunch of ranging from the two flats or double houses up to kind of the courtyard apartments. And apparently, I'm not an architect or a structural engineer, but apparently the break is, kind of what kind of construction, techniques you need to build the housing. And then there's the other notion. If you look at some of the data, some of the charts I've seen, and I think maybe the E-Plan or whatever, you've got, 25% of the population is pretty low income, 25% is pretty high income, and then you've got everybody else kind of scattered in the middle. And particularly if you're looking to have housing that all income levels can afford, is that kind of where you guys are coming from?
Yes, and thank you for adding that to the discussion. I did intend to mention that sort of when we think about missing middle housing, the aim is to sort of think about housing that would be sort of more broadly available to that sort of middle group that you mentioned, to income group, but that we see that as being something that is in part. That goal is obtained by housing types. This would require also sort of building types, different types of housing, allowing different types of housing, as you mentioned, courtyard housing, two flats, townhouses, things of the sort. And so those tend to get kind of conflated sometimes in discussion. But yes, this is the sort of the discussions about missing middle housing.
It's more income based than
no. I mean, the sort of understanding in those discussions is that different kinds of housing types can help to sort of allow different people with different types of situations to move in.
I kind of on that related note, have you discussed what kinds of housing that's actually missing in Evanston?
We have. This has come up in some of our meetings. Again, because we talk about, we've discussed 3 different kinds of short and long-term plans over the last year. Again, the consolidated plan, the strategic plan, and the comprehensive plan. I can't say for sure that I want to make sure that I'm accurate in saying, or I want to be clear that discussion might have been in one of the meetings that, Envision Evanston was not on the agenda, although I think it was. And yeah, we have talked about that. We've talked about sort of the need for, or the possibility of, different types of households, co-living arrangements, intergenerational households. One of the issues that's come up is, of the sort of aging, the needs of an aging population. How can we think about our housing, needs, given that the sort of age makeup of Evanstonians? Is there, and then also sort of just housing that's, again, somewhere in between the sort of 8,000 square foot house near the lake and the high-rise building.
Okay.
So yeah, we have had that discussion.
So you're talking kind of more about household, different kinds of households.
These, we have talked about that. Yeah. Housing, households with families, the sort of needs of families at different income levels. Again, these are often in the abstract because HCDC has very limited. One, we're an advisory role, and two, even in terms of what we advise, we have very limited sort of means to sort of to affect those types of that type of housing. So yeah, again, why sort of Envision is a helpful opportunity because it does sort of articulate future Evanston in which some of those housing types are maybe allowed for, right? That could potentially provide for a sort of greater variety of housing for a greater variety of people.
Yeah, because I keep thinking about, we've got Cook County Senior Buildings, we've got Prim Tower and Blake Homes, we've got scattered site Cook County, we've got lots of 2 flats, double houses. I keep trying to think of a building type we don't have, and perhaps.
Yeah, I think the discussions tend to be less about like what we have zero. When we say we don't have something, it's not that there are literally zero of one type of housing, but that perhaps. And again, this is if we're thinking hypothetically in terms of a zoning code change, perhaps the market might sort of provide a different kind of housing if the restrictions on building in certain areas were changed. So again, we're not saying zero of any of these types of dwellings exist in Evanston, just that there might be ways to encourage. We would like to think about sort of the latent demand for some of these types of buildings that might not be met right now through current regulations.
So a couple other things. The more you speak, the more impressed I am, and I really think that you and maybe others from the steering committee have knowledge that we should have. Whether you issue a report or not, I own a report, obviously, that's concise. But if you're not going to do that, then I think that as part of our future discussions on the comp plan, we should have a specific conversation about the housing chapter. And we would, I think, all appreciate if you could be part of that, because you could bring the discussions from the committee as well as your own thoughts. That's number one.
Okay. Can I respond? Or
yeah, go ahead. I have one more thing.
I think that's a great idea. One of the things that I noted in our December meeting was, I appreciate the process of Envision and also the sort of way that all of us different sort of commissions and what have you have been integrated into it, because often we are working in silos. And with land use, it's a kind of a maddening one when you're on the housing committee, because those two things are also very much connected.
Yeah. Okay. My other comment is back to something we talked about, which is this income versus rent. And we talked about students, and the comment was, well, they're not counted if they're in dorms. I have no idea what Northwestern's policies are and who lives in dorms. Is it just freshmen? Do 2/3 or more of the student population live in private housing? Because if that's true, out of 11,000 or whatever students they have, that's a lot of people that have no income and that are spending all their money, or not all their money, they're spending money on rent. So that really would skew the results.
Yeah. So I'll speak as a Northwestern faculty member who interacts with undergraduates. I believe about half of the undergraduates can live on campus.
Can.
But
then there's grad students.
The rest, the grad students, there's very limited on-campus housing.
Right.
I think it's expensive too, kind of relative.
Yeah. Well, how many of all those students live off campus?
Do you know the answer to this, or?
Unfortunately, nothing's that straightforward to give, just like this is what we know. As you can imagine, there are students who live in Evanston who don't go to Northwestern. There are many students at Northwestern who don't live in Evanston. There are students who have families and their household, the other person is earning a significant or any type of income. It's just more complicated than that, but we are aware of the requirements for undergraduates on campus, so therefore have a general sense of how many aren't. But
I just think when you talk about this statistic, this is a huge caveat. huge. So it almost makes I don't know the numbers, but it almost makes the statistic kind of irrelevant in a way. Evanston.
I would say based on the data we've looked at, the housing cost burden in Evanston is very significant. And we can look further into how to accommodate that when we're looking at a higher level piece. But it's only a small portion of Evanston that would fall into that category, and then a meaningful portion is living on campus and is excluded. So then by excluding them, they're not skewing the data.
Okay.
I'm happy to share further so you can take a look.
I just want us to take that into consideration when we throw out these numbers.
Thank you.
The college students are spending upwards of $1,000 to $1,300 per bed. So they're in their own universe when it comes to housing and what they'll tolerate. I have one that just finished school and one that's finishing, and it's crazy what the kids are paying now. But this is almost going back to like when we were talking about parks. Mm-hmm. You know, the statistical data regarding that we are under amenitized with regards to parks. This is the same thing. I don't think we can look at like what's happening with the university or around the university. We should be looking at housing costs in segments. Yep. Like looking at, for example, what housing costs for, say, a 2-bedroom apartment over by Brummel or by Howard Street is dramatically different than on Eastwood. And you have to see, it comes back to what I was asking, like, what do we really need? Because we can come up with all kinds of great ideas on what to do and how to design and build and change our code. But if we don't have a target about what we're trying to do, we're just stirring up a lot of anxiety without really having an end game to say, okay, well, we want to create 1,000 affordable housing units in Evanston. The other thing is, I'm curious, has there been any discussion about having our own housing authority like Cook County does? Because I know that was discussed like 30 years ago, and maybe like having our own land trust so that we can take the animal spirits of the market out of the equation, because it's very difficult to get developers to build 2- and 3-bedroom units that would come into the affordable spectrum, however you define affordability. It's going to be difficult.
Great. Okay. There are a few different parts here, so I'll take them separately, and I think I'll have Uri weigh in at the end as well. But yeah, in terms of the college, just to continue on the college town question, I guess that raises questions about, well, should we be looking at comparative, similar college towns, and what do we look like compared to those? Another is if you're thinking that this is mostly, a sort of related to Northwestern college students, I wonder, this is not something that I would advise trying to do on an envision sort of, comprehensive plan timeline. But I wonder if it might be possible to work with the university to survey students and to try to understand what their housing conditions are, and that might be one way to measure that. Those are just some suggestions. Again, those are kind of outside of the scope of the plan, because I don't know how feasible they are or how useful they would be for, something that is getting decided on relatively soon. On the housing authority, I don't have, I am not aware of any discussions in HCDC on a housing authority. Yeah, okay, I haven't either, above my pay grade as a volunteer. So it's hard to say. Community, and then you mentioned sort of land trusts, and to Commissioner Lindwall's point to, that's an area, it's another kind of housing type in the sense, sort of type. Yeah, it's a housing type that we've talked about too, that it does exist at a pretty small scale within the city of Evanston. That we thought would that be a possible way to address some of these affordability issues too? If there is a way to sort of encourage more housing to end up in community land trusts. But I think Uri might actually have more to say on that.
We do partner in a couple different ways with Community Partners for Affordable Housing, local land trust, and there are variety of ways we do so. One of them is through the inclusionary housing ordinance. For sale units are generally placed there. That means they're affordable in perpetuity. So that's a really powerful way of doing so. I think I think you were sort of referencing in all the different plans we're looking at in general is that the strategic housing plan sort of nests underneath Envision Evanston. It's the Preserve 2040. It's CARP for other parts, departments in Evanston or other issue areas in Evanston. We don't have that at this time, and we're part of the way through. The draft framework is available. It was shared with HCDC in October. That's available online. It's not a draft, it's a draft framework. So it's a bunch of ideas to start the conversation. So there's like 70 something policies. Some may not apply to Evanston, but it's just sort of we haven't funneled down yet. But I recommend taking a peek and think that the overlap is sort of the high level pieces of the comprehensive plan. We're working so that they align with the strategic housing plan, which will go into more detail, and we'll look into more of this data, which is really important because in the end, we need to work on implementation and move the needle on affordable housing versus just have all these plans, as Matt mentioned, as Commissioner Rogers mentioned, having a plan set on a shelf. So that's sort of an important connection.
Okay, I've got one kind of follow-up. Have you started, in terms of the strategic housing plan, started to look at the impact of the institutional landlord investors raising rates? I know there's the lawsuit that just got filed by the state of Illinois and a whole bunch of others about some of the big landlords who are using algorithms to, figure out an AI to figure out who can rent and who can't. And it's come up a couple of times in testimony about the fact that you've got these large institutional landlords who, their goal is to make as much money as possible. So how does is that on your list of things to discuss, I guess?
It's on the radar, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any comments from this end of the dais? The one thing I'll just add is I think that you brought up the section on what the state is doing and suggested that be looked at. So I would encourage strongly staff to look into making sure that any references to what other entities are doing, both increasing or in the case of federal, maybe decreasing involvement in these issues locally, that the comp plan that we're drafting reflect those sorts of things. All right.
Great.
Thank you very much for engaging in a conversation on this. It's been helpful. And as I said, we won't be able to solve all the problems, so we're counting on you to solve the ones we can.
Appreciate your effort in trying to solve any of the problems. As we know, there's sort of multiple complex overlapping. I will talk to staff and see if we can have a way to get specific recommendations from specific members to you.
And I think part of that also, though, is the fact that you're working in the strategic plan, the housing plan that you're doing. You've now heard some of our concerns and how that plots into what we're doing. So
again,
I think this has kind of been...
Appreciate the dialogue. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final presentation this evening will be from the Environment Board. And I have Katarina Topolov will be doing the presentation, I believe. And we did get a deck for this, so everyone will be able to follow along.
Good evening, commissioners, city staff, and the community. First, yes, my name is Katarina Topolov. I'm a member of the Environment Board, but also a chair of the CARP Implementation Task Force, which is a subcommittee under the Environment Board. We provided the slide handouts to you and also the support document that kind of goes into more detail about what I would like to cover in this presentation. All right, so this is first just a summary of our recommendations. We believe that the comprehensive plan should have CARP which is a climate action and resilience plan, serve as the foundation for development. There is an environment chapter included, but we feel that it should be in more detail address broad and numerous aspects of the climate impacts. Also, sustainability, mitigation, resilience, and the environmental equity should be woven into all chapters of the comprehensive plan, and I'll go in detail why is that so. And also, we would like to see more of these goals included in the comprehensive plan to be quantifiable and measurable, trackable, and enforceable. All right, so I would like to go into a little bit more kind of background on the city of Evanston and the conditions that we currently are seeing in our neighborhood, but also what is coming in the future. So right now, the temperatures have risen by about 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit, and the expected increase is 7 to 12 degrees Fahrenheit by the end of this century. When we look at the levels of Lake Michigan, they've been fluctuating through the years. That's totally normal. But what we are seeing now is that the extremes are getting more extreme. The highs are getting high. The lows are getting more low. And you can see that there was kind of a stagnant low. Let me see. For a few years, and then a dramatic high in the past few years. All right, so one of the things that, besides the increase in temperature, we're going to see in this area is the increase in precipitation, which may lead to severe flooding events. And I'm pretty certain that you've experienced flash floods and more of them in the past decade or so. So this graph shows the increase in the 2-inch extreme precipitation events, and you can definitely see how it kind of goes up through the years from 1900s. This is what we are seeing now. So there's more precipitation, but also when it happens, when the rain happens, it falls heavily. All right, so the background on the city plans and ordinances. First of all, Climate Action and Resilience Plan has been passed in 2018. It includes 2 major chapters. I apologize for some of the letters being obscured there. So the 2 main components of CARP are the mitigation and sustainability, and then the second component is the resilience and environmental or climate justice. So the mitigation and sustainability, mitigation would be how to decrease greenhouse gas emissions, and sustainability is basically asking us to leave this planet in equal or better condition than what we experienced. In other words, to leave the planet at least as good for our kids. The resilience and environmental or climate change justice is, the resilience says the climate change is already here. What do we need to do to protect our community? And then the climate or environmental justice says that people who experience more social injustices will also be exposed more to environmental, adverse environmental conditions. So after passing of CARP, there's a few plans and ordinances that have been passed since then. So they're on the left. I'm going to kind of speed up through them, but all of these are hyperlinked in the document that you received. And then what's in progress is on the right. All of these documents should be included when we're thinking about a comprehensive plan for our community. So I'm going to just kind of go to some of the recommendations that we have. So the first kind of is thinking of Evanston as a livable environment, which would include a human scale and pedestrian friendly city. We do strongly believe that trees are necessary, and here's a picture of Central Street sidewalk where the sidewalk is in the shade. I'd rather walk on this sidewalk than the one that is completely exposed to the sun. The other thing, I think it's going to come up in the presentation later, but tree shade can lower the temperature according to some studies, by 3 degrees Fahrenheit, by other studies, by even 8 degrees Fahrenheit, just planting the trees and having the shade. All right, so another thing that we would like to see is that the measurable goals. So we would like to see the goals being enforceable, measurable, etc. And also for those measurements to be available to the community so the community can track what we've achieved so far. The example here, the picture here is a climate action dashboard of the city of Issaquah in Washington. But just as an example of a local community that has the dashboard, that would be Ann Arbor in Michigan. They have A20, a catchy name for their dashboard. The idea with the dashboard is that we can track real time what we've achieved and also look at the projections of how much of the sustainability we have achieved. Green spaces, I already mentioned the trees and the benefits of the trees. It's not just the trees, it's also native plants. Native plants and native trees absorb a lot of those flash floods, extreme weather events. They also absorb the toxins that tend to stay on the surface. One of the things that I wish I had a time to include in this presentation is there's these diagrams that show you exactly how much of the stormwater gets absorbed based on the permeability of the sidewalks. And by all means, I can add that to the packet and send it. With the trees and with native plants, the percentage is much higher. So what we would like to see is to go beyond protection and maintenance of the current green spaces and just enhance them, increase them, and focus on, again, the native plants and the native trees are those plants that are perfectly adapted. They grew in these ecosystems and therefore are perfectly adapted for this ecosystem. All right. So another thing is equity. I kind of want to focus on the pictures more. So what you see here is both of these are maps of Evanston. The one on the left shows every single green dot is a tree. So you can see that the concentration of trees in our community is much denser in some parts of Evanston than others. And then on the right is an image of temperatures, aerial temperatures on a summer day. I think 2017. And you can see that they correlate directly to each other. So the lack of tree correlates to the highest temperatures in our community. And those areas that we have the lack of trees and the highest temperatures are also the areas of Evanston that have historically been redlined in our community. So this is when we talk about the equity, even trees tell the story. All right, so another recommendation that we have is that the transportation is reliable and available, that also is evenly distributed and accessible to our community, promoting walkability as well. One of the ways to achieve that would be to increase the mixed-use zones through our neighborhood that would provide small corner shops like the C&W Market in this case, where people can go and buy the provisions, walk to them, and procure them for the family. A few more aspects of our recommendations. We would like to continue with our future forward energy goals. The city has been doing really well. The Healthy Buildings Ordinance was before the council members on Monday. And we should continue in that direction. Also, we definitely support the Land Use Commission's idea of including the public health as one of the chapters. We would recommend the E-Plan to serve as the baseline. That's the plan developed in 2022. And the additional focus that we found lacking in the draft of the comprehensive plan would be nature-based solutions, climate adaptation and resilience, circular economy, and environmental equity. I just want to mention that the Preservation Commission had one of the examples for circular economy, which would be deconstruction. So kind of looping the materials back into the use. So in conclusion, we do understand that some of these may sound as significant changes, requesting significant changes from the comprehensive plan, but we are envisioning our community 20 years from now, and most likely 30, 40 years from now. We don't change the comprehensive plan that fast. In 20, 30, 40 years, this area is going to be much different. And so now is the time to prepare for those climate changes that are even going to even increase in that time period. And if we don't do it now, it's going to be much more expensive once it does happen. Just a very quick example, there's the city of Marquette, is it the Lake Superior? They had an entire Lakeshore Drive washed off into the lake. They had to rebuild another one just 300 feet inland, and that cost $3 million. So if we can use the data that we have, the scientific data that we have, that we know what is going to happen, we can make sure that the consequences are not as costly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Lots of good stuff here. Commissioner Halleck, I'll begin with you again.
Yeah, what makes what we're doing difficult, I think, is balancing different interests. And I want to talk about the page that's entitled CARP, Climate Action Resilience Plan. And you go through several recommendations that you think I think these are concrete, specific recommendations: carbon neutrality by 2050, 100% renewable energy on all Evanston properties by 2030, zero waste by 2050. The issue that's counter to wanting all this is the cost of it. And the cost of it and who gets burdened by the cost of it. For example, if you require an apartment owner to provide this, they're going to raise the rents. And that's not the direction we want to go. So those two things are in conflict. So I just don't, when I see goals like this, I think, well, great in a perfect world, but it has so many negative effects on other things that we're also concerned about. So how do you see balancing that?
I do appreciate this question because this is why we have these conversations. The problem with those narratives is that we're viewing the issues short term. When we talk about the environmental issues, we're viewing them a much longer term than just one budget or a few budget years. One of the examples that came up, I think, in the presentation just before me was the affordability increasing because we have environmental requirements to, say, change the appliances from gas appliances to electric appliances, right? I think that the conflict there is misplaced. I think that what we should do, instead of saying, let's not make this requirement, we should say, let's make sure that the low-income parts of our community are able to replace their appliances. Because, for example, the gas stoves increase probability of asthma by about 10 to 12% in kids. So there are, okay, go ahead.
Who pays for that?
Oh. Well, so there's at least one program. I want to say going on, but I'm going to say that is put on hold in our community. It's the Green Homes project, which literally focuses on low-income families and helps them replace, the heaters, appliances, insulate their homes, and so on.
I thought you were going to say something like this. I think the affordability and this are very closely tied together, and because they're both, you just said it, they're both dependent on government funding or something, like that. And so we just have to recognize that if we're going to do this, we have to get money from the state, the federal government, I don't know who, but that's part of affordable housing, and it's part of this too.
Right.
Commissioner Linville?
Yeah, I'd like to kind of focus on the tree canopy map just for a sec. I noticed that the areas that lack the trees are, generally the old industrial corridors. So the question is, and a lot of those areas have been capped with asphalt because the soil is contaminated. So how do you plant trees where you've got contaminated soil?
This is very on the periphery of my
expertise. But I mean, I think that's
Sure.
kind of, and looking
But I can
at where
answer the question.
Okay.
There are plants that are known to literally absorb toxins and heavy metals from the soil. So there are solutions.
Okay. But and also just in looking at the map, the areas with the most concentration are not necessarily the redlined areas. I mean, it's mostly along the old Mayfair industrial rail line.
Sure. I mean, there's definitely, you can see the road lines here, but then there's also the Fifth Ward right here.
Yeah, part of it, and
Yeah,
part of it is,
and the Second Ward as well.
But part of the redlined area was not, it varies. My point is, it's. I don't think you can make that blanket statement. The downtown is also kind of along the same lines of lacking trees. So, but I mean, clearly we've got the former industrial corridors that did include a good chunk of the Fifth Ward. They obviously are an issue. So I just think that the discussion needs to be a little more nuanced.
Okay. I mean, there's other cities that have done similar studies and found the similar findings.
So I have a couple questions. First of all, some of the things that are suggested here, I'm on board with. I do think some of it's aspirational as well, that we want to do the right thing, but I'm not sure that there's a greater good that we would achieve from it because we're such a small speck of sand in a big stew of pollution on this planet that we could do all the right things and those temperatures are going to go up. So I think that what we need to do is look at the things that are suggested for purposes of enhancing, improving our actual tangible lives that are, for example, you were talking like this tree canopy. I think that's a great idea. I think there's areas, because we drive, you're up here and on McCormick and you hit Ridge, you go on the other side of Ridge, it's cooler. You feel the temperature drop as you get closer. So I think that your argument about covering sidewalkscapes, in commercial areas is great. I think we should continue to advance that. This mixed use zone, I'm totally with that. I just don't know where you would do it because I start thinking about by Florence and Greenleaf. There's a bunch of interesting mixed-use buildings that are wrapped around multifamily and single-family homes. It's a very diverse real estate typology neighborhood, and so that seems to fit with that neighborhood. I just don't know, are we talking about going, say, to Lincoln and Central Park and carving out land there and saying we're going to make that a business-zoned area to put in some storefronts? Or how are we talking about changing the map to be able to allow that to happen, or what is it, and if so, where?
Right, so this was an effort of a group of people. So I'm trying to speak on behalf of everybody.
Sure.
I think the idea was probably just kind of having these little neighborhood corner shops.
Absolutely. I mean, if it's just a general thought process, I'm with you. That's great. I just was wondering if there was any deeper dive into that. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mangum?
Thank you. Hi. One of your recommendations, number 7, public health. You talk about support continued monitoring of public health and quality of life measures against the 2022 E-Plan baseline, particularly among vulnerable populations that contribute to the 13-year disparity in life expectancy across Evanston. Can you let us, I guess, expand upon that? There's a 13-year life expectancy disparity. Is that a certain neighborhood? Is it based on climate? How does this?
It is concentrated in some parts of Evanston, and I apologize, I don't have that map. It's in the E-Plan.
It tends to be
They
more the
definitely-
5th Ward, if I'm remembering
yes.
correct.
Oh, by all means. Jerry Garrett.
It's right in the E-Plan report does a good job of explaining all of the factors that contribute to the life expectancy difference, but specifically it's the 5th Ward area and the 6th Ward area is that the highest discrepancy. There are life expectancy numbers, given for each area, but I would strongly recommend that you read the E-Plan report for the details on that and how they calculated that.
Thank you.
Did you say 5th and 6th? Did you say 5th and 6th have the greatest discrepancy? Meaning,
I'm not looking at the map, and I believe that the 6th Ward, do you have it?
well, the reason why is the income. I think the average income of those two wards is vastly different.
There are lots of factors that
Yeah.
draw into this, but
And right, and I think, I guess the point that I would make is there are lots of factors, and environment may be one of them, and I would almost say indirectly, but there's availability of fresh food nearby, stores like that. There's parks.
There's also the number of smokers is one of the
but there's
factors.
I was going to say there's also lifestyle issues, which we're not addressing here at all. So
we can parse that in terms of chronic diseases and long-term exposures to traffic patterns, truck routes, asthma conditions, respiratory illnesses that can be directly tied to environmental conditions.
I understand. I just think that the factors are wide-ranging. That's all.
It all connects. So we also heard from Kara Pratt, who said that the Green Homes project has restarted again. So that's another source for our community to really improve their homes, replace appliances, insulate, weatherize their homes and such. I think in this change that is coming, we can't leave the low-income parts of our community behind.
I have a couple things. First off, just thank you for putting this together and doing your presentation. One of the things that we talk about is the shade that, helps cool buildings. I mean, we saw this happen on my block where we lost, I think, about 19 trees due to the emerald ash borer, all at one time. And we saw people on my block, their buildings going up in heat and just trying to keep the buildings cool, relying on that, which I think really leans into, for all these great plans, I would love to see the city itself step forward more and really be a leader in some of this. The problem, as you probably know, with environment and sustainability issues is always, it's so overwhelming. It becomes what do I do? Here's 25 different solutions. Okay, I can do 3. What are the 3 things that are the top priorities? And that is something that I think we need to kind of focus in on as we move forward in this process. There's always going to be, questions about, we can always do more. I just want to touch off on a couple of things that were mentioned. I like the idea of investigating plants that help with toxicity. I mean, I know sunflowers are one of those things. That's why all around Chernobyl, there's sunflowers everywhere, because they are absorbing the radiation from the catastrophe in the 1980s. But one of the questions that I have is we hear a lot of talk about native plants and native landscaping, and that term is used a little differently by different people. And so, some people view native plants as any plant that was here before colonization by white settlers. Some people say it's anything that was here kind of pre-industrial revolution. And how do we balance the native plants that we would be requiring in landscaping and things like that with plants that are really suited for urban environments, because we weren't an urban environment in native times. And so I think that's something, as we begin to move through this, we sort of have to look at balancing those two things. It would be great to have the plants that were here in the 1800s. The problem is the built environment that we currently have is not the built environment that was here in the 1800s. And how do we balance those things out? So that's something I think that we need to kind of keep in mind and continue to talk about as we move through in the zoning ordinance in particular, as we move into some of those more details of what types of things we're looking for. In terms of mixed use, I think mixed use are great ideas. I mean, this is the way that the communities used to be built, is you had the corner store that you went to, you had the pharmacy at the corner, or the, grocery store or whatever. The question is, we are a different society now, and lots of those mom and pop stores have moved away and are gone. And we can provide the space for those types of things, but what can we do to work to get those right types of businesses into those spaces? I mean, you put a corner store in and you're thinking, I'm going to put a corner grocery store in, but an architecture firm decides they want a nice little kind of not downtown location. That's great, but that doesn't do anything for walkability, because the number of people who are visiting your architecture shop are not the same that would be visiting every day to get your milk, your eggs, your bread, that sort of stuff. So that's something that we just kind of have to keep in mind as we identify these areas, and how close are they to other areas? I mean, what's our walkability distance that we're willing to put? Is it 15 minutes? Is it 5 minutes? Is it somewhere in between? So those are some of the things. And like I said, I just want to kind of reiterate, I really think we're doing a number of things. It would be great to know kind of where we are on some of this stuff, because I think some of the goals sound scary, but if we're almost there, they aren't as scary. We do have a green energy supplier for Evanston. How far is that taking us to doing things? What can the city itself be doing in creating an urban forest? And not pushing that all off onto individual homeowners. So these are the types of things I think we need to continue to have discussions around. And the strategic plan needs to just kind of throw some of these things out there as these are visions. And like I said, we're going to revisit these things multiple times over the next few years. It's not going to be, here's your document, it goes on the shelf, and in 2045, we pull it out and start something new. So I think that, especially with sustainability and where we are in the climate crisis currently, and how do we constantly stay on guard with that? I mean, I like the idea of leaving the place no worse than we got it, but I don't know that that's enough for some places and for some things. And I also would like to see a leadership from the city, in terms of really building partnerships with other communities around us. So as Commissioner Mbadi said, we're kind of this speck of sand and we can do only so much. One of the things that I think the strategic plan talks about is clean air. And it's like, that's great. Our clean air, if we produce clean air, is going to go out over Lake Michigan. We're going to get Skokie and Lincoln Woods air. Not saying that it's bad or anything else, but it's not a constant thing that stays with you. And so some of these things really need to be, so maybe in the plan, we look at really saying something to the effect of we really want to strengthen those relationships as a community with our neighboring communities. So that some of these things that are good plans, number one, it helps spread some of the cost around for everybody. So we aren't quite forced into that same affordability versus sustainability tension that we always have. But it also means that even the little things that we do will go further than just the 75,000 people who live in Evanston doing them.
I mean, I do agree. First of all, I'm a professor and I teach environmental biology. So one of the things that I've seen is it was all negative when I started teaching my class, and I would warn my students, it's going to go from bad to worse. But through the years, we are seeing really amazing shifts in the sustainability on the global level. So I would say we should hang on to our aspirational goals, and hopefully we will be able to turn the things around.
And I think it's also important because we constantly hear the negatives on the sustainability, like we aren't doing enough, you aren't doing enough, you aren't doing enough. I think it would be great for us to know what we are doing well as a community and tout some of those things in our comp plan or in the things that we're doing moving forward.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure that Kara Pratt could
Right.
speak on this much more than I do. But one of the things that I've noticed is just a dramatic leap in the number of electric vehicles on our streets. So it keeps almost doubling, which is wonderful. I'm telling you, hang on. It's getting better.
Right.
For sure. But we definitely need to protect our community from the current conditions as well.
Yeah, and I think that your point on there are plants that absorb toxins is, I think I read about that 5 or 10 years ago, and I've never really seen it mentioned since. But that may be a way of dealing with some of the environmental justice issues that we have in our former or current industrial areas. I mean, so trees may not be the right plant to plant. So I think that some discussion on how you deal with those kinds of environmental challenges
So
may be helpful. I mean, I don't
Before
think
I
we need to
give-
get all
yeah,
of
go
it
ahead.
in it now, but yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Well, before I give the mic to Jerry, the mature trees can decrease electric bills of the homes, the trees that's around the home, by 30%. That's also equity.
Yes.
Because if people can live in just, areas that they can afford, which are often the areas that don't have the trees, they're going to be paying in the utility bills much higher rates than they would have if they lived in a neighborhood rich with trees.
Yeah, I know there's a study that's happening in, I think, Louisville by there's an environment or medical research outfit that in one of the challenges, and they're trying to actually prove that there is a health benefit to the trees. And one of the issues they were having is convincing people in low-income neighborhoods that planting trees was worthwhile because they didn't want to rake leaves and they didn't want to pay to water them. So, I mean,
The water
there
issue
are
is
certainly trade-offs and costs to implement those notions. So, I think that there are interesting things happening, and I think that to the extent we can articulate some of those kind of non-traditional opportunities would be helpful, because it's not strictly trees and it's not strictly native plantings. There are other things that could be looked at as well that you probably have much more information on the kinds of approaches that are being taken than certainly we do, but that would be helpful.
But that's why we have the plan, like CARP, to kind of guide us through this, which is catered towards our community and our needs and our history as well. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jerry.
I just wanted to add two things. One, if you haven't read the E-Plan report, I would strongly encourage you to take a look at that. It's under revision, but I think the basic information by ward, if you look at chronic diseases, 5th ward, it shines like a beacon compared to the rest of Evanston. Asthma, respiratory illnesses, so many that I can't even describe. So yes, there's a lot of complexity in that calculation of the 13-year life expectancy difference. And it's between not the 6th ward, but the 7th ward. I apologize for my mistake on that. But
Same comment.
I think it's probably the second.
No, it's the disparity.
Difference.
between
the
two.
disparity.
The gap is greatest.
Oh,
7th is
okay.
longest, 5th is
Okay,
shortest.
Yeah,
Got
they
it.
have the
Got it.
longest life expectancy in the 7th ward and the shortest life expectancy, and that difference is 13 years, which is
A lot.
a lot. The other thing I wanted to say about affordability on some of these electrification improvements, we are in the process of hopefully approving the Healthy Buildings Ordinance. That's a $10 million grant from the Department of Energy to enable the city of Evanston to really support electrification. And while it's focused on the 500 largest buildings at this point, it can serve as a model for both the municipality, for our buildings, as well as show how it can be done on a smaller scale. So I do think while affordability certainly is an issue, as Katerina said, it's not one that we can really push down the road because it's only going to get more expensive.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't think there's any more questions. That kind of concludes the presentations that we had.
I have a question, though. I understand. But before this meeting, we got a memo from the Arts Council,
Right.
Economic Development, Communities Design Commission, the Health Committee, I guess. What do we do with these?
So everything we're receiving tonight is really kind of being rolled into moving forward to City Council as part of any of our recommendations and for the concerns that City Council will have. We had identified sort of key groups that had a specific role. Two of the committees we heard from tonight have sort of statutory authority in weighing in on the comp plan as it comes through.
Yeah.
The other two were committees that seem to be tied in closely to the types of issues that we regularly discuss. And then several other committees were able to submit in writing their issues that they want us to look at. And we are giving staff marching orders tonight, but they also have received these exact same documents. And whereas we are the lead commission on the comp plan, we are not the only commission on the comp plan.
Okay, so I haven't read these. We just got them an hour before the meeting,
Right.
but I guess I would say that we should review them later, and hopefully the staff will also and incorporate the valid or whatever valid is with the suggestions that we can into the comp plan from these groups. And the last thing was on the health. We made a comment, I think Jean did last time about about how do we review the health chapter and who reviews the health chapter, and should it be health professionals? And I just don't know what we do with this.
Ms. Williams, would you like to respond before I do?
Why don't you go ahead, Chair Rogers, and I'll follow.
I mean, part of this is, again, when we're looking at a comp plan, there are certain chapters that we lean heavily into.
Mm-hmm.
Other chapters that we kind of have to rely on other experts within the city to provide us that information. We can kind of say, here's the things we feel are missing, which is what we've been doing. We have in our packet a community health chapter outline, which is kind of bullet points showing the different types of things that will be in there. One of the things that we are working with staff on is coming up with a final draft of this document so that we will be able to see all of these things in writing before we're being asked to make a recommendation on them.
I guess the point, I don't want to degrade the value of premature ever, actually, but even partially suggest we're degrading the input of these other groups into the comp plan by not listening to them.
I think we are listening to them in writing as opposed to in a verbal presentation.
Okay.
I mean, we have 40 committees, I think, something like that in the city of Evanston. And we just took 3 hours to hear from 4. That would be 30 hours that we would be dedicating to hearing from each of these groups. And they do have valuable input, and it is valuable input, but we don't necessarily sit in a position of being able to judge which all of the input is valuable in terms of this. That's what we rely on staff to do.
Okay, I understand. I just want to go back to the comment that the council made on Monday night that we should do this right.
I think we are. I don't think it's incorrect not to hear from every commission and committee. Just in the same way, there is some discrepancy about what is that magic number of people to hear from in the public in order to make this good. It's a judgment call from us.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't feel something is done, or any commissioner doesn't feel something is done right and fully, we reflect that in our vote.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you. I want to say a couple of things. If you as commissioners heard anything this evening that you support as a commission, we want to hear that tonight. That's the whole point of what I think these presentations were about, was these commissions.
Didn't we already say that in the discussions that we've been having? I hope you're listening, or you're taking notes, or you're.
George, I've been taking notes and listening all night long.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, if you agree or disagree with anything, it would be helpful to know that this evening.
I think we've made comments that should be taken.
And I think those have been recorded by staff.
Okay.
If nothing else, we've been recorded and can always be watched later.
Okay. The other comment I would make is that every board and commission in the city of Evanston received communication and the opportunity to submit comment as part of this process, or at least were informed that this was going through the public hearing process. So that was communicated by the mayor, who appoints, who works with and identifies people, and then the city council ultimately appoints members to committees, boards, commissions. So everyone was at least informed that this process is going on, and that they had the opportunity to provide feedback to the city council as it moves through the process.
Okay. Well, I personally, I think that all of the information that we've received really are good ideas and are things that ought to be included in the comprehensive plan. And also with respect to the outline for the community health chapter, I really appreciate getting that as well, because I think that's really helpful. And I think a request for, I guess we'll talk about this on the 29th again, will probably be our schedule. I would love to see a similar outline for the chapter or chapters that include schools, public buildings, and our institutions. And with respect to institutions, it's not just the great big ones. I think we need to be including the YMCA, the YWCA, some of the smaller organizations, family focused, that in the daycare probably, the things that really contribute to our quality of life in Evanston. So I think an outline of that chapter would be really helpful. And with respect to the community health chapter, which is the one that I suggested, I think that one of the things that, and it may not go in this chapter, it may go in the housing chapter, but I think that identifying the housing, conditions, maybe through the inspection reports or what our inspectors find in terms of mold, lead paint doesn't seem to, I didn't see that in the E-plan, so I don't know if that's an issue in Evanston. I mean, in some communities that I've worked in, it's a huge issue. I know we're replacing we're mandated to replace all the lead service lines. But I think that really talking about those kinds of impediment or environmental hazards would be helpful, because, if we're trying to create healthy living environments, it's not just replacing the gas appliances with electric. It's making sure the houses don't have mold and aren't contributing to to poor health outcomes. And then I think, and this is going to kind of tie into eventually when we get back to zoning and we're looking at what kind of uses to allow. There are things like, do we want, to be allowing smoke shops? We had a discussion a few months ago about whether or not we should have cannabis smoking lounges in town and opted to recommend against it because of the environmental, or because just of the health implications. So, I think we ought to be looking at some of those, are there uses that we should not allow because they are going to adversely impact community health. So I think, and I've got some notes that I can give you that kind of deals with those points. And then under the aging in place, I think we ought to be expanding that a little bit to include the concepts of universal design, just generally, so everybody can access all places in Evanston. So I think that's a concept that I haven't really, it's mentioned in a couple of places, I think, but I think maybe a little more discussion would be helpful. But I do appreciate the outline, and I just think the community building facilities, whatever you decide to call it, I'm good with. But I think that we just needed to have an outline so that we make sure all of those points are covered. So I would like to see that before you go to the trouble of really writing definitive text on all of that. And then the other comment I've got is with respect to the suggestion, I think the Preservation Commission suggested the implementation chapter, which I think is absolutely critical. However, I think that what we really need before we get to the implementation chapter is a complete full draft of all of the 2 new chapters that have been, the chapters that have been recommended already. And then, just a more complete draft of what the text and narrative goes with, because I think it's impossible to do the implementation chapter without first having decided what our policies and actions are going to be. So, I guess, I hate to prolong this, but I think my recommendation would be that we see the full draft of the plan and then develop the implementation chapter with the metrics and all. I think that the focus really ought to be first on what our vision is, what we see. And I think the other part that's going to be, given how this is all sort of played out so far, that's going to be really important is that all of the comments that have been received through the survey and everything else be considered, and to the extent that and many of them will add to the narrative and the policies, at least the narrative. And I think that's really important to include as well. So those are kind of my initial thoughts. Oh, down to the other end.
Second.
So I just, one thing that would be really helpful, and I don't mean to revisit what we were discussing with Commissioner Halleck recently about the feedback that was received. And thank you, Commissioner Limois. I think that was a great summary of your feedback. But we're not hearing collectively from the Land Use Commission. We're hearing individual Land Use Commission thoughts. And so it would be really helpful as you go through your discussion and provide direction to staff if we know this is a universal agreement among the Land Use Commission and some of these changes, or whether or not this is just one commissioner's thought versus something that all of you agree to. I think, we can go back and listen. We've taken notes. We can go back, we can listen, and we can try to incorporate everybody's feedback and everything. But it would be helpful to get a little more consensus from the group this evening on specific changes you'd like to see.
I'll just start with, I think we'll start with an easy one. I think everybody probably would like to see an implementation chapter. Am I speaking for the commission properly?
Yes.
So that's something we definitely would like to see.
And I would say staff is absolutely supportive and is one of the things that we will be doing, I think, regardless of if the Land Use Commission wants to see it or not.
I think that, seeing a more fleshed out version of these chapters that we've kind of talked about, so I'll get to you in a minute if I can. I just kind of want to get through some of the things that we've already discussed and sort of get consensus on these sorts of things. So hearing that there's a desire to see a more fleshed out version of the health plan or the health chapter, and no.
Well, I think, obviously you have to write to the health chapter, because that's, it's an outline. I would recommend that for our next meeting, we get an outline of the community buildings, facilities, whatever, in the chapter that includes community buildings, schools, and institutions. Could I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I guess if they're making a motion on it, there's a motion made by Commissioner Lindwall and a second by Commissioner Mangum. Any discussion on that? So the motion is to see an outline of the
Community Systems chapter.
Community systems, whatever we're calling
Whatever
it.
we're going to call it.
You know what we want to see included in that.
I might be out of line here, but to quote Alderman Nguyen from last night, I'm ready to jump out of my chair. And the reason is because I always assume that when we're speaking, that if someone makes a suggestion, an individual, and there's no counter to that, no objection, that's an agreement by the commission. Because if we're now going to go through every comment that's been made for the last,
No,
you're
that's,
not.
That's
Okay.
That's not what we're.
Okay.
That's not what
All
we're-
right.
I've heard a lot from this side of the room, and I have not had it.
No, and I understand that, but I just have to say that when you hear a comment from one of us and there's no disagreement,
Is that universally how everyone feels?
I mean,
You've got
Commissioner Johnson.
I will clarify and just say that I have broad support for the comments that my more loquacious colleagues have made earlier in the meeting. I mean, my I don't know. Not weighing in is largely because the points that I was going to bring up have already been covered. I mean, we just kind of go by tradition that way down here. So you can take my general agreement with what was discussed before. Yeah, you're welcome. Just to be clear.
I mean, I think that's always been kind of our practice. I mean, every time we go through standards, I mean, I just usually say, does everyone agree with my standards? And if there isn't objections throughout that. But I was trying to just catch us up as to where we were and then clarify that moving forward. Obviously, if someone has an objection, it's up to them to voice said objection. There is a motion on the floor. So we do have to deal with that. So I'll just do a quick, the motion is to see an outline of the community facilities, systems, whatever we're calling that chapter. We all know what it is. All in agreement, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing no in opposition and all in favor, it passes 8-0. So that will go forward that way. And now, as we move through things, just reiterating, unless there is objections, you are responsible for objecting if you do not agree with statements being made by your fellow commissioners. Otherwise, individual commissioners will be speaking for the entire commission. Commissioner Mangum, I think you had a question or a comment.
Yes, I have a question for Ms. Williams. So the chapters are being drafted by the consultant?
No, city staff is going to be working primarily on redrafting. We will work with the consultants on certain aspects of the redrafting, but city staff will be taking a lead role in redrafting.
So are we done with the consultants?
I can't say for certain at this point, and I would prefer not to focus on that this evening.
And say that I think that any conversation that we have
really
about the relationship with the consultants is premature for us to be having. I felt a little uncomfortable being put on the spot Monday evening to answer certain questions about that. And it is something that will be left to staff to deal with. And by staff, I don't mean necessarily even Ms. Williams. That's the law department. That's the city manager's office, and their relationship with council.
Okay. Then I guess my question is, so each chapter that the city staff is drafting, is there a turnaround time that it gets?
So it's based on the feedback we're receiving this evening. We were anticipating getting clear direction from you all in terms of specifically what you would like to see integrated into this version 2. We've heard a lot of feedback and we have been tracking that and we are integrating that into the versions. And the purpose of this evening's meeting is to say specifically what you as commissioners have expectations to see in a version 2 that travels. I have not been able to put together a timeline until I know the expectations of staff. So,
thank you.
Of the commission, sorry. Thank you.
So just to clarify too, that next week we are going to talk about when we get information and who gives it to us and when that's going to come and all that, correct?
That is my understanding of the chair's expectation, correct?
Okay. Yeah.
So we will be discussing our timeline moving forward. We're not prepared to do that this evening because we have not talked with other parties who will be involved.
Well, we haven't received direction, so I think it really depends on how wide sweeping the changes you are expecting to see are.
Commissioner Johnson.
So can I ask a follow-up question about drafting new drafts? Just for example, so I can better understand the process moving forward. For example, Preservation Commission, and I know Dr. Dreller isn't here anymore, but these recommendations, her presentation, the file that I think maybe Megan emailed out on Monday, read through that, and I thought those were really great suggestions, and I concurred with the discussion down there about that. To incorporate all of these into the various chapters that they recommended, is that how long would that take? Is that something we could expect to see these incorporated and see the new draft in how long?
Yeah, I mean, based on what the chair read off this evening, it's expected that the Land Use Commission make a recommendation to the City Council on their February 26th meeting. We will discuss when you will receive a version 2 at your next meeting. That's all I can say at this point.
Okay.
I don't think the full expectation is that the entire presentation will be presented. At least that was not my expectation when I said I think we really need to concentrate on the 15% that is not in there. And their Preserve 2040 plan. Because I don't think that the comprehensive general plan should be repeating everybody else's plans into the document. So there's a lot of stuff in there, but I think one of the questions I specifically asked was how much of it was not in their document, and that we look at those aspects being included in our document.
By the timeline that was discussed on Monday night.
Yep.
Correct.
Fitting into that timeline that was discussed on Monday night.
Correct.
Okay.
And I will reiterate once again that the agreement that we have with City Council Staff was in the room, council was in the room, most of us were in the room at the time, was that is our goal date.
Right.
But obviously,
Right.
things happen and we want to pass along the best product we can. But we should not be doing anything to purposefully delay that. But we should make sure that we have the information that we need.
Which is why it's really critically important for you to tell us what information you need tonight. Thank
So I have
you.
another, Liz, I have another question. It's about this process of getting information to you. So this is supposed to be a ground up process. In other words, the ideas come from the residents and then filter up and they get incorporated into the plan. We've gotten a lot of comments and some of them are similar. Some are about the process. Some are about individual ideas. Some are specifically about things that we should incorporate into the plan. And I have one letter in front of me that talks specifically about the stormwater management master plan, which I was going to bring up. But my question is, does it only get incorporated if we say it, or
no?
Okay, so how does all the comments citizens are writing online, how does that get filtered in? Because we're not talking about all of those comments. I know that.
Correct, yes. So those are to inform your deliberations. Staff has reviewed and is continuing to review comments that are coming in to the process. Where they align with the overarching goals of the plan, they will be incorporated in to the best of our ability. There may be things that, as you pointed out, are divergent in terms of viewpoints that don't align with the goals. And when you get a next version, if you feel like there needs to be further refinement, that's part of your deliberations and ultimately recommendation to the city council. Just like you would review a development project or an application, you add conditions of approval. You can add additional conditions to your recommendation on the comprehensive plan that I recommend approval if XYZ is done, because then I feel as though it is representative of what I've heard from community members and based on your deliberations as a commission. Does that make sense?
Yes, in words it does, but I have to say that I wonder whether all that's going to happen because, for example, the first 8 months. Can I speak or not?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
What's the problem?
I just, again, we're talking a lot about process and how we're going to deliver, and we're not.
No, I'm not.
focusing on
What I'm
changes.
asking is about the information, and we're supposed to be giving you input at this meeting. That's what the agenda was, and I'm asking about citizen input specifically. And you say that, well, we're going to take that into consideration, except that I didn't see any record of the first 8 months of sticky notes.
Which is also something that staff is working on, a summary of the public engagement that has been completed to date.
Okay, good. Because I honestly, we're
I hear you.
volunteers. We can't possibly, I don't think,
I understand.
make sure that we read every single citizen comment, but you should.
Absolutely. That's absolutely right. And the summary of citizen comments will be incorporated in version 2.
Moving back to the things that we see as gaps, things we would like to see included, I'm going to make a general overarching statement that is going to probably cause a little consternation from staff. It's not my intention to try to do that. But one of the things that I would like to see in the comp plan is we get into some very specific things in the comp plan, particularly talking about density issues, things like that. I would like to see us, and again, I'm going to look to my fellow commissioners here, if anybody disagrees, to voice their opinion now, to see some of the specifics removed in terms of density issues. In terms of like goals saying 4 flats, things like this. I think we need to say that there needs to be an exploration of density in certain areas. But I don't want us to get into, this is the problem we have, I think, when we start working with two documents at the same time, is we ask a question and we answer it in the same document potentially. So in areas like when we talk about, and Commissioner Lindwall, I know you and I talked about this, so you might have it right off the top of your head, whereas I have to look for a moment.
It's on page 92.
Right.
H21 and H22.
Yeah. So allow housing types such as townhomes, small flats, and cottage clusters by right in all neighborhoods, and a range of higher density options in centers and along corridors. And then reduce minimum lot and dwelling sizes to remove parking minimums to allow more housing units and reduce development costs. I would like to see my feeling is that we're kind of answering, when this document is used to help guide the zoning ordinance, we're already answering our own questions to some level.
I would like to make a motion that those be dropped from the next draft.
Once again, there's motion on the table and it has been seconded by Commissioner Lindwall making the motion, Commissioner Halleck seconding the motion. Is there further discussion from commissioners? Commissioner Johnson.
I just have a question to clarify. Is the motion to drop H21 and H22?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Comments? Very well. Ms. Jones, would you like to call the roll, please? Sorry, I sprung that on you without having your sheet up.
Commissioner Aravallo?
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck? Yes. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindwall?
Yes.
Commissioner Mabadi?
Yes.
Commissioner Mangum?
Yes.
Commissioner Mudinchev?
Yes.
Chair Rogers?
Yes. With 8 voting in favor, the motion carries. I think we do need to provide staff with some level of what we would like to see in place of that. And I think we need to, and I don't know the exact wording, but I would say that something along the lines of a discussion, or not a discussion, but something to look at increasing density in appropriate neighborhoods throughout the city, and then that we allow the zoning ordinance to direct what those neighborhoods are and what those districts are. But I welcome comments from any of my fellow commissioners.
I think that some general language might be okay, but frankly, I think the other actions that are included under increase the housing supply and housing choice, which is the policy, really cover that pretty well. I mean, other than really maybe looking at encouraging the current ADU provisions to work better, something along those lines, because we already allow ADUs on any residential lot. So a 2-flat could become a 3-flat. A single family can become a 2-family. So we already have that kind of general density opportunity built into the zoning regulations we have right now. So I don't, if staff can come up with an alternate, language along what Chair Rogers was suggesting, I'm fine with that. But I'm not sure that necessarily needs to be, I'm not sure we necessarily need more language along those lines. But others may feel differently.
Other thoughts, Commissioner Johnson?
And I just want to concur specifically with what Commissioner Lindwall said. And then you, Mr. Chair, just a few minutes ago talking about some aspects of the plan being too specific. And that specificity, I mean, this is the third comprehensive plan that I've been involved in, and it's by far the most specific with prescribing, this city endeavors to have X number of additional people in it by Y year. And that's wholly different than the other two comprehensive plans that I've been involved in. you know, when first comp plan I was involved in, I was still in grad school, and the senior planner for the municipality told me this is I remember him explaining to me, this is a general visioning document. This is kind of a mission statement. These things are supposed to be non-controversial. This is generally what we aspire to over the next, you know, generation. And, you know, many of us were here on Monday night. We've been at these, public input sessions, these public hearings, and a lot of the consternation from the community is pointed at the overly specific elements of the plan that, you know, that if it was more about the city's aspirations, the general character of the built environment and the associated systems and institutions, I think it would be more fitting for a comprehensive plan in tone in general, and then we can deal with the specifics with zoning later. And so I know that's not a specific recommendation about this page, that page, but I do want to say that I do support and would hope that, you know, some of the I guess unnecessary specificity is transformed in a future draft of the plan.
I think that kind of data would be okay if it was a fact. But one of the things that people have asked for is like, where did that come from? You know, it could be just a totally made up thing to support we need more density. So I don't know. Nobody knows where that came from. So you're right.
Yeah, right.
I think we have to be a little careful on saying things are made up.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying.
I know what your intention is, but I think that we kind of need to be a little careful in saying we need to make sure it's the vision of the entire community and not of a vocal minority of the community.
Everybody has been asking for support information on the facts, or these facts that have been thrown out, numbers that have been thrown out in this comprehensive plan, and we haven't gotten that yet, but there's like 60 requests for more information, I think, on certain statements,
There are 60 citations that have been already identified that will come to us in a future plan when we see the next iteration.
Yeah. So we just voted to remove 2.1 and 2.2. Right? Okay. Well, the biggest conversation that I've been having with people out in the, community, freaked out about having a 4-flat built next to my house and what that's going to do to my values and blah, blah, blah. All those things which are valid, can be valid concerns. Removing this 2.2 basically obliterates that entire concern because you're back to your original code then. You're back to your 60-foot wide R5 code.
But you aren't back to the original code because we aren't looking at the code.
Yeah, but are we going to build a code that's contradictory to the plan? If you're not saying let's reduce minimum lot size and dwelling sizes, if that's not going to be part of the conversation of a future zoning code, then what is? And it's going to be the existing code.
I don't think that's necessarily the case. The code is where you get into the specificity of things.
Right.
And it should be taking guidance from it, but just because something is not explicitly stated, and I think we're getting too explicit in some of our statements.
I see. So
that doesn't mean that it can't be included in the code. The problem is if you get very, very specific in your comp plan, your code has to lean into that comp plan. And if you get real specific, your code has to meet that level of specificity that you don't have with more vague statements or more generalized statements.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies.
And I thank Commissioner Johnson for saying things that I said, but much more eloquently.
You're welcome. And just to make
I'm very tired.
Just to be perfectly clear, the specificity in the data, like Mr. Halleck mentioned, for existing conditions, definitely we need that. But to say I'm trying to communicate that it would be better to say that the Evanston, wishes to continue to grow and develop in population. rather than saying by X year, we want Y number of additional people living here. Because it's, like I said, it's odd for a comp plan to be that specific. And it's part of the, part of what we're reading about a lot about the consternation from the public comment, which, we get big packets of that public comment almost every week. So just wanted to clarify and specify, and I hope that makes sense to everyone.
Can I clarify? Are you talking about the population projection? You don't think we should include a population projection in the comprehensive plan?
I think that the population projection, is it from CMAP? Is it from?
Yes, it is from CMAP.
Yeah. I'm just, my conversations with, friends, neighbors, anybody that stops me on the street that knows that I'm a planning commissioner, is their concern is over the specific aims and push and language and tenor of the plan to lean into. We definitely want lots more density everywhere. We want lots more population. And all I'm asking for is to say that changing the language around to make it more communicative of a general idea that we want to continue to grow and develop and provide a good community for a variety of people to live in all neighborhoods and all wards. And then deal with the specificity later on with the actual zoning code.
That's very helpful clarification. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Mangum.
Is it possible, at our last meeting or one before that, there was a chart about the density and how Evanston has a similar density as Chicago, which has a lot more people. Is it possible to see a chart by the wards or by neighborhoods of like the percentage of density per neighborhood so that we can see? No?
Census tract, maybe.
No, keep going. No, I was just conferring as keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm just wondering if we can see some sort of density map to see how dense Evanston is and where the density is and if more density is needed in one neighborhood or, versus another.
Yeah, I think we could definitely do that at a census tract level. It may be a little more complex to do it at a ward boundary level or a neighborhood level, just because the American Community Survey doesn't necessarily report in that fashion. So, but we can certainly provide more granular information as it relates to density across the community.
Thank you.
Along those lines, and this kind of goes back to, and I don't want to get into the consultants particularly, but wasn't part of this, kind of a mapping scheme where you could kind of show different heights of existing buildings, or am I just dreaming? Okay, never mind. Census data is fine.
I think one of the things maybe that what you're thinking of is we had talked about seeing sort of schematics for select.
Well, I was thinking of kind of a topographic map by height by building height is what I was thinking would be really helpful. But if we don't have that as a product, then never mind.
No, I thought maybe you were talking about, we had talked at one point about looking at, choosing locations at random throughout the city and what could be built there.
Now, we did talk about what Gene is mentioning. I brought it up. And I just said it would be nice if we had a three-dimensional map of Evanston, so we would understand where low buildings are, where higher buildings are, and because it's difficult to look at a flat map and say, right, oh, that site can be 10 stories and that site can be 5, and that's what we're talking about. I don't know how.
So we are exploring, and I don't want to commit to anything at this point, but as part of future zoning code conversations is looking at a little bit more visualization and 3D modeling. So I don't want to say that that's a for certain thing because we're still working through details, but it would, I believe, aid tremendously in the conversation as we calibrate the zoning code moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where it probably best
Absolute.
belongs.
I agree. Sure.
I think we need to find a retired architect who would be willing to work on that.
Can I add something?
Yes.
Chair Rogers? So I will join my colleagues about data, and I mean existing data, then specifics, whether we need them or not in the comprehensive plan. My point is that we now have a lot of data, and thank you actually for adding it to our documents, and we learned much more than initially. But I would say this data still needs a little bit more, let's say, specifics inside, especially for the density. Let's say that we have the number of future population. We have to rely on some number. And let's say that this is the number, 87,000 people. Okay. But then we have certain housing stock currently. And what approximately is needed so that we can satisfy this number of population, but not only as a total number. We need to know what will be the household number. For instance, currently it's 2.27. Will it be the same? What is the inside, let's say, breakdown that we will probably need? I know that these numbers will be approximate, but there is a way to model, for instance, what I would suggest, and this was suggested by other members of our committee, that we can pick in the wards and we can model, for instance, a couple of blocks. What will happen if we allow more density? Shall we satisfy certain part of the population with certain type of housing? This is good to have because it gives the general line of development of the city. It's not specifics. It's simply a strategy, how we can do that. And then I will go back to some other questions. Maybe it's too early, but I think that we're missing also the parking number and we're missing the traffic number. I raised this question before. I don't know whether we'll have time for that. If we say to our staff, we need a traffic study, it's a big deal. I don't think we'll have the time to do a traffic study. Do we need it? I think we do, because it may show many more problems that we have, and that they need resolution by 2045. Then the same thing is with the parking. We have the general idea that removing the minimum parkings is okay. I'm not sure, frankly, and I need to see how this will happen. But these things have some kind of a sequence. We have to have the strategy for the housing, for the density. We have to have the number we're working with in 2045. Then what will be the number of cars with all the things that we talk about? Can we reduce it? Can we satisfy parking? Do we need to make our streets wider? Or on the contrary, they can be a kind of a narrow, but we can allow biking. We can make more pedestrian zones, which is probably very likable. And I would love to have something, for instance, in downtown Evanston, strictly pedestrian zones. So all these things, they may seem too specific, but they have strategy in it. And I would like to see it in our comprehensive plan. So these are my thoughts, what I think it will be very beneficial to be added.
Yeah, I would agree with the notion on parking, although just from a timing issue, we may be better off looking at that in terms of zoning or really, I mean, it could be to study, it could be an action that's in the comprehensive plan, but it really is going to be critical when we get to the zoning ordinance and start looking at, what what the implication of eliminating minimum parking requirements really means. So I think I would concur with trying to have, at least as an action statement, creating a parking study so we can evaluate what that potential impact is. And maybe in the zoning ordinance, we continue to have parking requirements that are specific. And, and then over time, if for some, everybody gets out of their cars and eliminates cars and the climate changes, so we've got sunshine all the time, then maybe you can, eliminate cars. But, I don't think at the comp plan level, we're quite there yet.
I had three things while they're thinking. One is, and I just was checking and I couldn't see it, but maybe it's there. But my comment would be to add back the word character in terms of the comp plan and the character of our different neighborhoods. I think that's fundamental to what Evanston is. It's not discriminatory. It's what we are. So that's, I strongly recommend that. If you guys object, please let me know.
I think probably given members of our consultant team took exception to the word character, and I don't know that anybody.
Our consultant team does not live in Evanston.
No, but I think that we may, to the extent that we can, need to qualify it as to the, fabric or the character of the built environment or the architectural character, the design character or something like that. Yeah, I think, and actually there in the comments that I was kind of going through, there were a lot of residents that were describing the unique architectural character. So I think that there are ways, to avoid the shorthand. And I think that, and one of the comments was kind of like, what's CMAP? So I think going through the document and looking at opportunities to get rid of jargon is important. And I think, one of the ones in particular that I'm sure is going to come out of our community systems thing is this notion of putting assets to work, because nobody knows what that means unless you've kind of read the document. And I think that an explanation of what that is better. And even in the actions or the policies, it's got to be spelled out so that people know what we're talking about. I don't have a problem with, I think the concept is certainly a good one and it's fiscally responsible, but, you gotta explain it. I mean, in past plans, there was this notion of, crime prevention through environmental design. I think and nobody knows what that means. And, so I think that to the extent that we can really be explicit and
it's fine.
Would be helpful. And I think the Preservation, Commission really kind of did a good job in articulating that.
So my second item, I don't think this will be hard to do, but I've brought up a focus on neighborhoods. And what I mean by that is that when you make a statement that something is a problem in any of these reports that keeps coming up that, this is below standard or whatever. Well, it doesn't help, I don't think, to make a general statement of all of Evanston if this part of Evanston doesn't have the problem, but this part does. And so maybe all that I'm suggesting is to add to some of those statements where it's predominantly in one area, say that. Predominantly in, a ward or several wards or an area of the city or whatever. But there's a lot of general comments that seem to apply in all of Evanston. And to me, when I read that, doesn't mean anything because I know it's not in all areas. And then my third comment is, even as a goal, is there a way of, because I think when you talk to people, one of the reasons why they say, well, living in Evanston is too expensive or whatever, it's the taxes. And I don't even know if this is a land use issue, but I just wondered if there's somehow in the goals that reducing taxes, could be in there somewhere.
I think one of the things that is in there, if I'm not mistaken, is building the tax base, which should lower taxes, theoretically.
Theoretically.
But tax policy is beyond this board.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah,
also
I
are in a
understand.
unique situation where 2/3 of our tax bill is not generated by us.
Well, maybe it's just reducing the cost of living in Evanston. I don't, maybe that's too general.
I think part of it is in talking about, we use the term affordability a lot.
Yeah.
And it means something different to everybody.
Yeah, right out.
But it really is leaning into that idea that,
But maybe
Evans-
that affordability is the wrong word. Maybe reducing the cost of living where possible is a better term.
Or mitigating the rise in the cost
Right.
of living.
Something like
I mean,
that.
I think
I-
we're not gonna lower taxes. I mean, let's be real. And, no matter, I mean, the tax base is so big in Evanston. I think, I don't know what it is now. 5 or 10 years ago, it was like $2 billion. So you have to build an awful lot of stuff to have any impact on anybody's tax bill.
Right.
The reason I think it should be one of the goals is because it should always be considered in every decision that we make. How does it affect the cost of living in Evanston? And maybe this is, well, we want to do this and that's okay. It's going to increase the cost of living, but that's what we want to do. But I think it's something that should be weighed in every decision.
Well, it does start to impact the, cost or the ability of certain vulnerable groups to stay in Evanston. And they may want to stay in Evanston because of the amenities that are available, and that's worth it. But I think that anti-displacement is really important, and I don't know that it's highlighted enough, particularly in the housing chapter. And again, in the housing chapter, I would definitely like to, see definitely a focus on really rehab and making sure that we have healthy housing and healthy, living environments.
I think some of these things are discussed on pages 80 and 81 with the economic development section, where we talk about increasing economic mobility, especially those that have the lowest median household incomes. Continued revitalization efforts of the local retail economy. These are all things that are included in there. And I think without saying necessarily the exact word of we're going to reduce the tax burden, these are the things that help.
For that, I think, but I think cost of living is maybe a good term because that applies to everybody, not just lower income. It's everybody.
No, I get it.
The other thing I would like to make clear, I suggested this at the last meeting, and I'd like to see if we do have commission consensus, is to get rid of this notion of centers and corridors, since no one has been able to define exactly where they are or what they are. So that it involves the policies 1, 3, 4, and 6.
What page are you on? I'm sorry.
22. And then the policies start on page 30. So I guess maybe on, page 30. So, the policy number 1, the LU 1.1, it deals with centers and corridors. There's several sections in that. There's number 4, policy 4 says prioritize capital improvement projects in centers and corridors. And I think that should be maybe reworded to say prioritize capital improvement projects that support Evanston's growth and development, which be a specific thing, because this was a notion that was kind of suggested, and it was raised at all of the community focus groups. But I don't know, and, we all kind of struggled with telling the consultant where any of these were. And I think, and Liz kind of challenged me at the last meeting to kind of say, well, what should be in its place? And I think, and actually there's some good feedback or ideas of what that is in the resident comment. But when I think about Evanston, I think about, you think about neighborhoods, but neighborhoods are very, they can be a square block. They can be a little bigger, like, the Fireman's Park neighborhood has kind of got some defined boundaries, and it's kind of a mixed student, resident, it's got a mix of building types, a mix of population types. But for the most part, I think, people kind of think about much smaller areas, and it's kind of in your individual mind. So it's, what's unique about Evanston, it's a whole series of places that are small and maybe some that are a little bit larger. And, I think that would be helpful for staff if we could all kind of think about, how you think about, how neighborhood is made up, and they have very different characteristics. You've got the kind of the one around Florence and Ashland that was built with multifamily, buildings with they were storefronts. Now they're artist studios, and there are a couple of architects' offices or some sort of business office. Somebody was sitting at a desk with papers when I drove by. But I think we ought to be thinking about Evanston really is kind of a series of places that are either focused on some institution or, maybe some asset or some amenity. Oh.
So, Commissioner Mangum.
If we're unable to find a substitute for centers and corridors, maybe we can, if we keep it, there should just be a definition of what centers and corridors are.
Well, that's the problem. I don't think we have one.
Well, we do have, I'm going to direct everyone to, if they have their copies, it's a page 26 and 27, where these ideas are defined. And I think maybe we're tripping up over the exact language of a center and a corridor. But if we start looking through what these sorts of things are, mixed use centers, and I'm going to use the word centers just because it's
there.
It's in the document, are located near transit stations and major transportation hubs, bringing together housing, jobs, schools, retail, community amenities, and services.
And I don't know what that means. I mean, if I think about places in Evanston that are like that, you've got business districts that are that are part of mixed use corridors.
That mixed use corridors is different. Mixed use arterial streets, and I'm just going to throw that word out there, and it may not be the exact right word at this particular moment, but my understanding of what we're talking about when we talk about mixed-use corridors is really what's being developed along our arterial streets. And that includes our business districts, but a number of our business districts have housing in some places with them. I'm thinking Chicago Avenue in particular has a blend of housing with business districts, making it a mixed-use corridor or a mixed-use arterial street. And I think, though, that what we do is when we look at the map, then we have to make sure that that map lines up with those things, because Dempster or Main Street are arterial streets for a certain part of them, and then they're residential streets at other aspects of them.
But a neighborhood center in this definition is supposed to be where we're targeting infill development. I mean, that's what it says in the last, sentence in that little thing. And I don't know. I think we should be targeting infill development on underutilized property, particularly obsolete commercial corridors that can be found along Chicago Avenue. There are parts, there's a site that I look at, that I think might be a development candidate down at Crawford, or actually, I guess, Grosse Point Road and Harrison. I mean, there are places that.
So my question to staff is, if I have an arterial street, which is my new word for corridors, I'm just making that up right now, trademark. And there can be points that are centers along the corridor, to my understanding. So when you talk about a specific area along Chicago Avenue, it's a focused point within that arterial street.
But is an individual development site.
I don't think it's necessarily an individual development site. I think it's a location of sites in that area.
So do we have anything mapped like that?
So that is part of the redrafting, would be to actually integrate a map that identifies our corridors and centers. And again, this is future thinking. So, we're trying to cultivate this vision over the next 20 years that we would be developing this framework further beyond what we have today.
I see. I like your idea of taking it out and replacing it with, what did you say? You had a
place,
replace it with economic growth or best interest of economic growth and development or something like that.
Yeah, I just don't think we're unless you've got 3 or 4 places that in Evanston where you really want to focus development. Because when the consultant was doing his thing, he was unfortunately, the notion were to do development on, basically, which a lot of communities are doing, on shopping centers that have lots of asphalt and no housing. And unfortunately, a lot of our shopping centers are built on brownfields. So you're not going to be building housing on those sites.
And I think if we're trying to get away from specificity, why are we being a little bit vague and saying, the entire city of Evanston is open to this philosophy. I can name 15 or 20 different sites that are so scattered that you wouldn't say they're in a corridor that would be potential development locations for, our economic development locations that are all over the place. It's just not, I guess if you want to say we want to focus on, Dodge to McCormick, Dempster, you can create corridors, but there's so much other activity going on that is corridor free that I think we might want to just speak to the broader issue and take the geography out of it.
But I don't think that in looking at these definitions, I guess I'm not seeing geography per se on all of these issues. I think the corridor issue, arterial streets, are a geographic issue.
Yeah.
But I think when we get into the centers, those aren't defined by a geographic area necessarily.
Yeah, but it's going to be where you have more development.
Yeah, and probably along arterial streets is where we would like to see more development.
Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe.
And the thing that I don't want to do is I don't want to remove it unless we can offer some other insight for that space.
Well, I was thinking about leaving all the subset or the tactics that were there in place, but just change the title to what she had said instead and leave it as it is, because what's being discussed makes complete sense. But if you haven't spoken to a corridor, you're thinking, okay, there's a corridor, or you're thinking a center. So you're thinking physically, okay, this is a center.
So is the issue with just the term?
Yeah, to me.
Not with the definitions.
Yeah, that's a good clarification. So Commissioner Linwall, I think you used the term a series of places, and perhaps we reframe this centers and corridor approach to kind of get at the essence of what you're discussing. But I do, and I think we have heard that where we would be wanting to see further development would be along these arterials. And so if we're thinking future land use map, and where we would want to see perhaps mixed use development go in, it's a series of places, again, along a corridor. But those are areas where we would then look to underlying zoning to help facilitate the type of development along that corridor. It doesn't all have to be homogeneous and all 100 feet tall as we have in our current draft. We have the ability to calibrate based on feedback and refinement to then hit on those spaces and places along that corridor in a more appropriate way.
Yeah, I think that that's fine. And I certainly support mixed use, development. And quite frankly, I think Evanston is a mixed use kind of town. I mean,
That's right.
I would agree.
I mean, any of our business districts, Main or Dempster, even Howard Street to a certain extent, it's a mix of commercial, retail and residential. And I think that it's good to call our mixed use districts, districts.
Yeah. I'm being informed. I agree with everything you said. I don't want to cut you off. I'm being informed we need to take a pause so that the recording can be reset. So if we could stand at ease for a couple minutes.
Sure. It's 10 o'clock exactly. Did he tell you how much time he needs? I'm assuming it's just 2 minutes. Break, but I do want to get back and not prolong our discussion tonight. Thank you. All right, it is 10:08,
Meet the goals of the comp.
and I want to get back on the record. If everyone could please return to their seats.
Everybody is. This is it's so
I'm assuming we're good with our recording. If I can get a thumbs up from our guy out there. We're all good? All right, we are back on the record. So at this point, we'll continue having the conversation with staff. I think we would sort of figured out the centers and corridors discussion, so we're all good on that. So I'll ask if there are other issues that commissioners feel. Commissioner Johnson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have something to say about trains. I love this city's trains, and I wanted to pull together. There was a comment in one of the emails, one of the public comment packets that I thought was really good. Address trains, and then also something we heard earlier from Dr. Dreller that. So first off, how she spoke about Preservation Commission recommendation to directly address the historic significance of the trains in the city, of the city's metro and CTA train stations. I think that I think it's page 38, existing conditions in the transportation chapter. I don't think that gives enough credence to heavy rail, commuter rail as fundamental to the historical development of the city. If you look at when they opened whatever the Purple Line was called back then, North, whatever it was called back then, you see the population of Evanston exploding to very little to almost what it is today. And so, I think that needs to be kind of more recognized. And also the fact that, very few places in the United States have an L, subway, metro, whatever you call it. And almost all of them are central cities in the metropolitan area. And Evanston is so special and so unique in that we are, us, Oak Park, Cambridge, Massachusetts. There's like a handful of places that are not the big center city. Yeah, so it's like part of Evanston's, superpower there. So I think it just needs a little bit more acknowledgement in the existing conditions. And then I would like to see, and maybe hear from my colleagues here, just a mention, and it can be general, a mention about Evanston's, pursuit or support of adding a stop or two on the yellow line to serve Evanston. Because, we have this fantastic, rail accessibility that runs north and south through the center east side of town. And then we have this yellow line that blasts through our neighborhoods, but doesn't actually serve our residents. And I know there are issues with, funding in the CTA and whatever, but I would like at least a mention of Evanston's pursuit of, adding stops on the yellow line in pursuit of our goals for healthy communities, walkable neighborhoods, economic development, all those types of things. So is that
Yes, I agree.
I think that can be added into Transit Policy 1, where we talk about work with regional transit partners to improve Evanston's transport network coverage, enhance service levels, and advance transit vehicle decarbonization efforts. So adding that in as one of the statements there, I think is an excellent idea.
I also wanted to say something about the schools and institutions, but if anybody has anything else to say on transportation. Okay, I read one of the other comments, public comments about, so we talked about the schools enhancing information about the schools, locations, et cetera. But I thought that I thought it was a really good point to bring up that recognizing the importance of schools, as a core to family life with small children, it's almost like the center of their neighborhood, of their world. And so and I'd like to see a map in the comp plan of the schools, school locations with walking radii around them, 5-minute, 10-minute walk, just to kind of, I know we were just talking about centers and corridors, but in this city, we hear a lot of talk about school walkability. Neighborhood schools are very important, and I think that it would be useful to have that reflected in a map form in our comprehensive plan. I mean, schools are a strong suit in this community, and so I'm just kind of basically asking for a map locating the schools, walking radius around the schools, 5-minute, 10-minute walk, however you want to make it look. But I think that was one of the suggestions that came from the public, the electronic comment, that I thought was a good idea.
We have a map somewhere that was not correct in any way, shape, or form, that listed senior centers, the schools, fire departments, all that sort of stuff. So we kind of already have some of the beginning of that. And I think that being able to add in that walkability rating, as it were, would benefit not just schools, but like senior centers. I don't know, the firehouses really need to have a walkability rating. I'm trying to remember what else. Does anyone remember what page that's on?
I don't know.
That's Park 39. No, that's the transit one. Anyway, without delaying us, possibly finding that one and working on what things make a good walkability scoring. Some of the things were better than others, but maybe that's something that we can
Well, I
include
think
in that
that
map.
kind of gets into the Evanston is made up of different kinds of places, and depending on where you are in life, some places are more, suited than others. And I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, as opposed to centers or where we're going to add density.
It's on page 99, and it lists schools, hospitals, cultural arts centers, things like that. So maybe we can give them some level of a walkability score or something, because not just the schools, but some of those other types of things probably would be advanced by knowing what those scores are.
I have two additional things I'd like to kind of highlight. In a couple of the resident comments, there was a notion of, something to address light pollution, which, certainly with respect to the development that's happened in downtown. I live about 5 blocks away from Sherman Plaza, and after that was built, I'm right by Northwestern too, so I get light pollution from numerous sources. But it's my bedroom window faces south, right toward downtown, and if I look out that window, it's I don't need lights on at night, as opposed to on the north, looking north, where it is dark. So I think I don't know if it goes in environment or wherever, but there have been comments about, kind of the impact of street lighting and, the kind of light you have, affects wildlife and other things apparently. So I don't know that this, this certainly doesn't need to be a whole chapter, but that should get incorporated. I would suggest that gets incorporated somewhere. And I don't know if, others feel that that rises to the level of something that should be at least mentioned.
I think it falls in with some of the other things that we have talked about. I mean, the light obviously plays into our bird-friendly policies. It plays into health. So I can see it living a couple different places. So I'll leave it up to staff to sort of decide where it makes the most sense.
And the other thing that I kind of mentioned at the last minute, kind of at the end, and I just wanted to make sure that our discussion of housing, kind of the existing conditions and what we've done, really highlights the fact that we allow ADUs on any residential lot. And have a discussion, kind of what we have done. And, in part, it kind of comes out of, I was reading the housing application that we just got $7 million for. So I think that some of, I think the information exists, and I just think it needs to be included in the narrative, because, it's not like Evanston hasn't been accepting, we haven't said no to new housing. We have, a lot of the larger development projects that have been approved in the last few years. We've, there have been efforts to expand the housing supply. So I think that the discussion ought to include a description of what Evanston has done to improve, to increase the housing supply. Because, there are a couple of sentences still in the plan that applies that, where Evanston is somehow thwarting development and not allowing houses to be built, and that's just not true.
Can I add something? So we talked about this before, but even without the concept of centers and corridors, I still think that when you talk about Evanston, one of the first things that comes to mind is the lake. So there's no mentioning, I would say, enough, let's call it this way, in the comprehensive plan, how to make the lake a more attractive place where not only Everstonians, but other people also come and enjoy it. And I will ask something specific. If you go to the map on page 41, there is something that the design team called multi-use path. And these paths are very, very rare in Evanston. There is one along the lake. There are a couple along McCormick Boulevard in the north part of McCormick Boulevard. Why don't we try to make some of the streets going to the lake multi-use paths? This will be a good place. Everybody, not only with the car, but pedestrians, bikers, and even elderly people go freely to the lake. I think that one of the things that I believe is missing in the whole concept of the comprehensive plan is what is the thing that makes Evanston stand out? And I would say one of the things is the lake. The other thing, you can say lifestyle, you can say people, you can say downtown. You may have many things, but one of the things that always will be in mentioning Evanston as a standout city is the lake. So that's one of the things that I would like to see. Thank you.
All right. Other things that people would like to provide direction to staff on?
I just would like to make a comment that I think that the overall process that we've been going through, messy as it is at the moment, I think it has been a good one and helpful. And I think it's, while clearly there have been issues with the consulting team that, is unfortunate, I think that the staff, really has done a terrific job. And, as was brought up the other, there were questions about, well, are our staff all AICP certified? I am, but frankly, I didn't take the test until I'd been a planner for a good 15 years for a variety of reasons. That's kind of a designation that is pretty important if you're a consultant, but not so much if you're city staff. So I'm sure that most of the consultant team are American Institute of Certified Planners certified. And I think that, what is really important now is that we have a draft. The first draft was not as complete as we all would like. And I think what's important going forward is that we have a second draft that really incorporates all of the suggestions and comments, which, having written these things, I know how big a job it is. And I think it may take longer than it may take a bit longer. And I think that that's okay. But what's really important is we get a second draft and both the Land Use Commission and the public have adequate time to, kind of review and digest it. Because, as Commissioner Johnson was basically, stating, a comprehensive plan should be a consensus document. At the end of the day, we should all agree on the general directions, not necessarily all of the actions, because we're Evanston, so that's not going to happen. But it should be something that the council gets a chance to weigh in on. So I'm hoping that, the next draft will be something that the council can review, the community can review, we can review, and I'm anticipating that there undoubtedly will be a few extra tweaks needed before it's ready to move forward to final adoption. But right now, we can't tell what those are because we can't see how they interact, all of the different chapters interplay with each other. So I'm going to take the council at their word that it's important to get it right. And I think I think the timeline, I think trying to get something that we have to review at the end of February, it's ambitious, but I think, I don't think we're going to have a document that the city council can review at the beginning of March, but I think it should be a document that everybody can weigh in on, and hopefully everybody say, this looks great, let's go. But I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any other directions for staff? This is your chance to do so. Commissioner Mangum?
Hi again. There is a page, give me 1 second, about biking infrastructure. Okay, it's on page 53. Would it be possible to add under number 7, adding more protected bike lanes in the city?
I wasn't sure if you were asking for a response. Yes, if there's no objections I'm hearing, so that sounds like the clarification on adding more content to that policy around protected bike lanes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Going once? Going twice? Sold. All right. Does staff have any questions to commissioners?
Not at this time, but we'll be back on January 29th. I heard this evening that the one request for that meeting from the commission was an outline of the community systems chapter. So we will get that prepared, and then we'll be back with any other clarifying questions that we have on everything else that's been discussed.
All right. Commissioner Halleck.
But we will be discussing the process and the schedule next week.
Correct. Correct. All right. I will note for the record, it is 10:26, and I appreciate the citizens who have stuck around with us for this evening. I have the feeling that the list I have is not complete, or is excessive to the people who are still here. I got the one from out there. Thank you. In terms of timing, I don't know how many people I have that are still here in the room. How many people have signed up to speak who are still here in the room with me? Just a show of hands, and I'm going to stand up so I can count real quick. Looks like I have about 13 people in the room. I counted the people in the back. I'm going to give everyone 2 minutes worth of time. Several of you have already spoken to us before. I do want to run through. I'm just going to call off names. Literally, if you hear your name, come up in that round and stand in line and just tell us who you are, rather than trying to figure out who's here, who's not. Michelle Klebich, Scott Roberts, Michael Davis, and Jeff Smith are the first four.
So, my name is Michelle Klebeck. I'm an architect, mom of two, First Ward. I'm going to talk about a little bit of zoning, but I feel like it interrelates and I can't seem to break them apart. So, one of my main concerns, as we have been up at this podium before, is the blanket upzoning of all the single-family areas. This will give a green light to developers to purchase existing homes, replace them with larger, more expensive properties, leading to rapid gentrification, could strip away the character of our neighborhoods. We only need to look at neighboring communities like Glencoe and Winnetka, where permissive zoning has allowed developers to purchase multi-million-dollar homes, demolish them, only to replace them with even larger and more expensive homes. Right now, there's actually a petition called Save Glencoe Homes, urging its council to create more restrictive zoning to help curb demolition and protect the town's character. Evanston could see similar challenges if we don't carefully consider our zoning changes. If this upzoning happens, there would be nothing keeping developers from taking small single-family homes just to make even bigger ones on the same lot. One alternative that I think deserves a lot more attention is adaptive reuse. This approach involves repurposing existing buildings, such as aging office buildings or vacant commercial spaces, into residential units. Not only is this a much more sustainable way to increase our housing supply, but it also preserves the architectural integrity of our neighborhoods. And it's an increasing popular approach that has worked in other cities. And I think it could be a more thoughtful solution for Evanston than a broad upzoning. Before we rush into changes, let's take the time to gather the data, have the meaningful discussions as we did today, and make thoughtful decisions that benefit all residents rather than rushing into a plan that could have drastic unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Scott Roberts, Michael Davis, Jeff Smith, and Carla Sutton. Mr. Smith, if you just want to come up, I'm going to be marking people off as they speak because I don't know who is in the room and who is left. So when you hear your name, just come up and just tell us who you are.
Sure. Hold on. I try and use a stopwatch so I don't go over. Real quickly, though, Commissioner Halleck had a question about the impact of students, and this is an example where I wish folks would rely on the expertise in the community more. There's about 9,400 grad students at the Evanston campus. There's about 8,400 undergraduate students. You can probably assume that about half of the undergraduate students, or 4,200, live off campus, but not all of those live in Evanston. But I'll tell you, they don't live in Wilmette. And because most of them don't have cars, they're not living in Skokie and Glenview, but some people do commute. You could probably assume that half of the half, conservatively, or 2,000 undergrads live in Evanston. And and probably a third of the graduate students because they tend to have more money because they have jobs or spouses. With regard to Commissioner Johnson's question about targets, nobody's saying we have to have this number this year and this number this year, but the question comes up, what's optimal? And I think that's a legitimate planning question, and you've got to know where you're going if you're going to plan a route. In fact, 17 years ago, I'm having deja vu, Groundhog Day. I stood up here addressing a panel of the Plan Commission. None of you were on it. I was the only person speaking on the downtown plan who said, why aren't we talking about affordable housing? Why do we not mention black people in this plan? The word doesn't exist in the downtown plan. Why is there no, why are we not insisting on renewable energy? And the city consultants at that time were telling us that building more buildings, adding density, was going to raise land values. So, consultants, I guess, you'll get whatever answer you pay enough to get, but now we're being told the opposite, that we'll get more affordability. With regard to data, I wanted to be coming here showing you a graph of, here's how many units we've had on any given year, and here's where rents have been. And that would be specific data. I have no doubt that you guys will come up with all sorts of sites. I'm fully aware that there's a lot of articles saying that density equals affordability, but we need the data that's specific to Evanston. Whether you use Apple Maps or Google Maps, when you are trying to get a route, you got to have a start point, you got to have an end point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Carla Sutton, Arthur Anderson, Perry L. Davis.
Good evening, Carla Sutton, 5th Ward. I wanted to make a lot of comments, but I'm going to make them very brief. I want to thank the staff that has stayed here and taken notes and things like that. I appreciate that. But more important, I want to thank the people that have come out and had an opportunity to express what they feel about this Envision Evanston 2045. And I'll just make my comments brief. I've been in front of this committee on many occasions. Unfortunately, I've not had many positive responses to aid me in my community and in my concerns. Thank you, Mr. Minichev. You've been one of the few persons who have listened to me and members of the 5th Ward, and I want to acknowledge that publicly. Thank you. Secondly, the comprehensive plan and the zoning plan, whatever you want to call it, and other things, if they increase in density, my main concern is, why do you live in the suburbs? If you want to live in Chicago, go across Howard Street and live in Chicago. Or you can go down and live in what we used to call the jungle around the Howard Street station. You don't have to be bringing these tall buildings and choking off the sun and choking off and covering everything with concrete, blocking the lakefront. Right now, I still can see the sun rise over the lake, over the few buildings we have left in downtown. I don't know if my grandchildren will ever come here to live. They told me they had no intentions. But one thing I did like about Evanston, I was always opposed to zoning until later. Zoning forced my family out of 7th Ward into the 5th Ward in 1929. You picked my grandfather's house up on a truck and moved it to what is now the 5th Ward. The second thing I'm glad I didn't hear tonight was your plan to make a marina on the canal from the Bahia Temple down to Howard Street. Land use should prioritize citizens. This committee, and too many times, have granted variances to developers without adequate input or what that will have ramifications on us citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Next up, I have Arthur Anderson, Perry L. Davis, and Paul Breslin. And just come up when you hear your name and just tell us who you are when you get here. Thank you.
I'm Perry L. Davis, and I wanted to speak about the comprehensive plan from the perspective of a person with a young family. I have a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. The first is that, I know it's been mentioned before, but I really take issue with the projection of population. The population of Evanston in 1990 was 73,000. It's 75,000 today. I know that there was some use of magic to try to project us at 84,000 in 20 years, but if we are seeing declining enrollment in our schools and fertility rates dropping and a decrease in population in the state of Illinois for the 3rd year in a row, Us being the only state in addition to West Virginia, I'm not sure how we're coming up with a population increase that's so drastic. The next thing is that I'm worried that we will not be attracting more young families because our school district is not doing well. K through 8 is not. And I think that if people are trying to decide between us and Skokie, if they can get our high school, but with better schools that are not facing like insolvency, they're not going to pick us. The next thing I want to point out is that 61% of families with children under the age of 6 live in single family homes. And they are 5 times more likely to live in single-family homes than condos that have 50 or more units. And this is because condos with 50 or more units usually have studios, 1-bedroom apartments, and 2-bedroom apartments. And when we talk about density and when we talk about attracting young families, I think that we need to be cognizant of the different issues that families need and the types of housing they're looking for. The argument isn't always about whether or not they can afford anything. It's about whether or not they can afford something desirable and that makes sense for a family. If they have to choose between a 2-bedroom condo in Evanston and a 3-bedroom house in Skokie, they're going to pick it because young families, in addition to needing housing, they also want green space that's nearby. And I think the last point I'm going to make is that I think there's a little bit of a tension with walkability when it comes to families with young children. In particular, I work in Fulton Market, but my daughter goes to preschool in one area. It's not feasible for me to drop her off at preschool via train and then go downtown via bus or whatever that might require. So things I'd like to have considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Paul Breslin, and then I'm going to call the people, Scott Roberts, Michael Davis, and Arthur Anderson again. Not seeing any of them. I am going to mispronounce this probably because I can't really read it. Is it Jacques Goodman, Jackie Goodman? Joe Carlisle?
My name is Joe Caproli. I'm a
sorry.
40-year resident of Evanston. I am an architect, practiced for over 50 years. Just a few general comments. One is, as Commissioner Johnson said, the document is not a vision statement. It's really a detailed list of items to acquire. One way to bring some vision into it is change the images. All the photographs are stock photographs. You can put in photographs that are relevant and sketches that bring some vision to the pile. So that's one suggestion. Two is you talked about an implementation plan, which I think is great. I strongly recommend that it both addresses priorities and a timetable. Which ones happen and at what priority they happen. Without it, you're going to put this document on the shelf and no one's going to use it. The third one is a little more conceptual, and I feel strongly about this. There should be a section in there that talks about the city's long-term financial stability. Okay? The only reference in that document about financial stability is raising taxes. Okay? That is the wrong thing to do. It can be through commercial development, okay? It can be through grants and whatever. Given where we're at, schools are going broke, libraries in a deficit, okay? Those type of things and the change of legislation, the president, we're going to need something. So I think it should be addressed in there so it's a welcoming place. You talked about schools. My last comment is you mentioned about getting another draft document. We would like to know what that date is so the community can anticipate it and read it, okay? Not just the board, and you're critical, okay? But getting it for the community would be very, very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just respond to that by saying that that will be discussed at our next meeting. So hopefully we'll have the timeline for things at that point for you. Thank you. Sue Lulbach, Mary Rosinski, Michael Krill? Okay. Ms. Lulbach.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Sue Lulbach with Connections for the Homeless. I just wanted to clarify Connections' interest in the zoning code. Our primary interest is creating more affordable housing options at all levels, particularly for people with low incomes. Such housing is very, very difficult to create for many reasons. The current zoning code is currently one major barrier. because of restrictions on where housing can be built and what kind of housing can be built, plus expensive application review and approval processes, creation of affordable housing for people with low incomes is nearly impossible. We seek zoning reform as a way to remove those barriers, but we don't believe that affordable housing will magically appear after that. Rather, zoning reform will open the door for creating affordable housing in a way that's not possible right now, and that's where we would like to be focusing our efforts. In preparation for tonight, I reviewed the comprehensive plan again, and I'm really encouraged, besides the suggestions related to zoning districts that will make appropriate sites more available, it includes many good strategies for creating affordability, and I look forward to the Commission's discussion of these strategies, which have been largely ignored in these meetings so far. In addition, if the committee is looking for additional community input, I hope it will come from a more diverse group of people than you've primarily been hearing from, and will include more renters and people experiencing housing cost burden, as these make up close to half of Evanston's population, as we've been discussing. Last, this process has been difficult for all of the many kinds of stakeholders involved. I'm actually so appreciative of how hard you've all been working on this, and I don't envy you the task ahead, given the varieties of tensions you're balancing. As you're looking at both the zoning districts described in the comp plan and other strategies proposed, I hope you'll support the emphasis on affordability and equity that the current draft has. In the meantime, Connections will continue to focus on the issue of affordability, both as impacted by zoning and by the many steps that need to take place after the final comprehensive plan and zoning code are approved. And we congratulate the city on the pro-housing grant they just received and look forward to that being part of the solution.
Thank you, Ms. Lobach. Mary Rosinski, Michael, and I'm sorry, I can't read if it's Kroll. Okay, that was my first guess, followed by Ray Friedman and Lori Keenan.
Hi, thank you all very much for your time. And I know we all wish we could be home and not here. But in the meantime, it's ironic I'm following Sue because I too want affordable housing and my business is real estate. And I don't see a plan. We're not talking about zoning here, but I think we have to acknowledge realistically that the real estate market as it stands without investment from the city is not going to create affordable housing. And I think that what we're missing, and I have to take exception with the comment that, hear from other people. We don't even know what the data is from all the studies and all the supposedly meetings they had. We don't know if they were renters. We don't know if they were homeowners. We don't even know what it is because the public has not been entitled to see any of the comments and the data. So that's actually what I was going to be talking about tonight was, first, can we take the time? We're baking a cake. Hopefully it's going to be a beautiful cake, but we're only getting the ingredients after the fact. So we need all the pieces together. The public deserves to review it and then put it together and make it right. This process is just so crazy. And then after we have a complete draft plan with all the data that was promised in the scope of services from the HDR contract, and that included interactive maps, demonstrations, data that's not there, then the public should, and you and the public should be able to discuss that together. Rather than it going to the city council, who also is relying on all of you guys and all your expertise. So this arbitrary date that's in that contract does not have to be met. I mean, we have nonstop RFPs every city council meeting that wants a change order or a time order. So just because it was in the original RFP doesn't mean that we have to stay with it. And then the final thing I just ask is that I agree with Ms. Lindwall. Jeannie, thank you and George, thank you very much for talking about the importance of neighborhoods in our plan. I mean, that seems to not have taken the same substance as our old plan did, and I'll leave in a second, but the old plan talks so much about the importance of our large institutions and the importance of neighborhoods and how they interacted. I mean, you know this better than me, but I mean, that seems to be missing, and I think it's a very important part. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosinski. Michael Kroll, Ray Friedman, Lori Keenan, and Richard Rorick.
My name is Michael Kroll. I'm a second ward resident and the lead of Go Evanston, the transportation subgroup of Climate Action Evanston. I appreciate the comments made about expanding rail service in Evanston, but it would be a shame to ignore our expansive bus network. When I was first thinking about moving to the North Shore with my girlfriend, Evanston topped on our list of places we wanted to move, as it allowed us to live a transit-oriented lifestyle, both for our regular commutes and leisure trips. Once we started looking at places that we found, the price of units along transit corridors just started to push us out of our price range. It wasn't until about a couple weeks before we wanted to move that a homeowner converted their home into a duplex, and it happened to be along one of the bus lines in the city. Since then, we have been able to truly enjoy the city, greatly increasing how much we use transit micromobility options and reducing the amount of miles we put on our car, putting less stress on us and less emissions into the atmosphere. I wish that more people more prospective residents could get that opportunity as we have had, but I know that we got lucky more than anything. Outside of the areas along the rail lines, there are a few transit-oriented developments exist despite the many bus routes that branch out across the community. This in part reduces the ability for riders to make use of these lines due to the lack of available housing stock around these stops. Recently, the city saw Pace's Pulse Dempster line expand the amount of buses on Dempster Street, but also reduce the amount of stops in the city. This made the only stop in Evanston outside of downtown at the intersection of Dodge and Dempster, where the catchment area is mostly parking lots and single-family homes. A mismatch in zoning along transit corridors can also lead to a reduction of existing transit services. With the current requirement for all transit routes to cover half their operating costs through fares, lack of density can leave the underperforming routes on the line that people still rely on. This has happened with the Evanston Circulator, as it's seen reductions in service during and after the pandemic. A lot of my friends are looking at moving out of their current place to getting closer to Chicago so they can live the same kind of lifestyle I've been for the last 2 years. On paper, this is the kind of place that they want to live, but they are also feeling priced out, pushing them away what could be added taxpayers to the community. I hope this helps the board see the many transit options available that may bring people in the city, but it alone can't keep them in the city. Thank you for all your tireless hours you've spent on this process.
Thank you. Lori Keenan, Richard Rorick, Patrick O'Connor, and Laura Gilbert.
Thank you. My name is Laura Keenan. I live in the 7th Ward. I just wanted to thank you for your work here, and also thanks for explaining to City Council a more realistic timeline for the comprehensive plan. It's too bad that staff and subsequently City Council, based on staff's input, decided to forge ahead with their original timeline despite your best suggestions. Since that meeting, I've heard and hope it's true that HDR has been let go, which is good news. I assume and certainly hope that also includes any subcontractors, such as the zoning company ZoneCo that delivered sweeping blanket zoning changes without basing it on almost any local specific data. But that only came about due to the community pressure about where the consultants were. And why was this document so bad? HDR is a multi-billion-dollar architecture and design firm, not planners, that is also part of the industrial prison complex. They were featured in an August 2021 issue of Vice magazine entitled, "A Company That Designs Jails is Spying on Activists Who Oppose Them." HDR is identified as part of a class action suit that they were engaged in unlawful monitoring, surveillance of social media accounts and activists who oppose the client's projects. I'll share the article with you and would encourage you to read it. According to the article, HDR's work is an example of what some scholars call corporate counterinsurgency or corporate countermovements. When social movements threaten profits and political agendas, corporations and the government sometimes work side by side to neutralize those who oppose controversial projects. From the article, HDR is sending weekly reports to the counties summarizing its social listening campaign and identified potential risks, influencers, social networks, and user demographics. The company is also developing a public involvement plan that, quote, educates stakeholders in the overall community about the proposed solution. Any of this sounding familiar? Did staff know about HDR? Did the mayor? And why were they chosen? Or didn't they know? Did someone not do their homework on a firm being granted a $750,000 project? Either way, it's not a good look. Mary Rosinski said at a meeting in June or July of 2023 that Tesca, an Evanston firm that successfully developed Wilmette's comprehensive plan for $50,000 less and only 1 point less on a scoring than HDR.
Thank you, Ms. Keenan. I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
I think we know that much of the plan is curiously similar to Connections for the Homeless, and that a questionable second RFP was weirdly specifically issued by staff without city council's approval. The city's put you in a terrible
please wrap
position of having to weigh in on a plan that we all know is subpar, even though they were having weekly meetings with Corporation Counsel about firing the consultant, according to an article in the Roundtable today.
Thank you, Ms. Keenan.
City staff will do their best to cobble something together for you, but they aren't planners, none of them. And I appreciate Commissioner Linwall saying the consultants should be, but they weren't either. Much of what's missing is crucial, and I'll include a list to you in an email. Thank you, Commissioner Halleck, for your comments about data. There is so much missing. Most importantly, should we be using any part of a plan or questionable data or even subcontractors
please
like
wrap up.
ZoneCo who were brought in by HDR? Or should we cut our losses, ask Tesca to write us a winning plan like they did for Wilmette, and go from there? In my mind, it's less about throwing the baby out with the bathwater than it is about putting good money after bad.
Ms.
Thank you.
Keenan, please wrap up. Thank you. Richard Rorick, Patrick O'Connell, Laura Gilbert, and Linda Damashek. And again, just please come up if you've heard your name in my list of names.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. Patrick O'Connor. You guys have been handed a monumental task, and I understand you're all volunteers, so thank you very much for what you're doing. There's been some very important discussion tonight. It's encouraging to hear. I think we've made some progress, and hopefully we'll continue to do so. The mayor's introductory letter to the comp plan asked us to look at what's missing. Well, a lot, but tonight I'm going to focus on just three. One, vacancy. I don't see any discussion in the comp plan about initiatives to get people into the existing vacant units that we have, vacant housing units we have in Evanston. According to the 2025-29 consolidated plan, which was just completed, there are 3,211 vacant housing units in Evanston right now as we speak. It seems like an opportunity that should be discussed in the comp plan. Second, the stadium. As a community, we just spent a year and a half to approve the biggest development project in our history. A new $800 million stadium and associated zoning changes that will bring jobs, opportunities, people, development, revenue, cultural events, traffic, and challenges to our community. It seems prudent that in looking at our next 20-year plan, we want to start to think about how to integrate this massive new development into our planning around development, transportation, land use, open space, environmental issues, budgeting, arts and culture. But Envision Evanston is silent on it. Feels like an opportunity missed. Lastly, I want to amplify Commissioner Halleck's comment about character. In 1917, Daniel Burnham, in the first ever plan for Evanston, wrote, and I quote, "For a full half century, Evanston has had a character. People have thought of it as a place distinct somehow from the other suburbs of Chicago." In Evanston's last comprehensive plan from the year 2000, the upfront vision statement reads, "The primary theme of the comprehensive general plan is the recognition that Evanston must allow growth to occur while enhancing the community's special character." The word character appears 45 times in that comprehensive plan. In Vision Evanston, the word character appears one time in a reference to Daniel Burnham's quote from a century ago. Not a single policy or action statement mentions the word character. So, after 150 years of Evanston celebrating its character, it ends here, unless you commissioners don't let it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker I have is Laura Gilbert, Linda Damashek, and I believe it's Lauren Wern.
Twice. I'll refer to
I'm sorry. Sorry, I couldn't read the writing.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Laura Gilbert. I've lived in Evanston for 15 years. Thank you all for all you're doing. I know you asked for an extension and it was not granted, so thank you all for all your hard work. Betty Boggs from Connections for the Homeless recently made a statement in the roundtable that decisions should be made on data, not emotions and fear. I could not agree more. However, when I read the comprehensive plan, there seems to be an incredible amount of missing data. I recently learned the contractor hired to draft this plan has failed to deliver on several parts. So perhaps that's why there's so many holes. Seems to be a broken record of the night, but critical information is missing from this plan that's needed to set clear and quantifiable goals. It doesn't identify our current housing stock. It doesn't identify our housing needs based on each income level. It doesn't identify our current vacancy rates. It doesn't project our housing needs. Without this information, we cannot set clear, quantifiable goals in the plan, and therefore unable to know if we're working to reach our goals by 2045. The plan states a full and comprehensive assessment of housing is needed, and this has not been done. We need to approve a plan before we even have the data and information we need as a foundation to build the comprehensive plan. I am also concerned about the population growth numbers. A driving assumption of the plan is that we need to build new housing to account for a record population growth in the next 20 years of 6,000. But based on all the census data, it found our population has decreased every year in the past decade, except for 2020, when it showed our population increased to 77,814. That is the exact number in Envision 2045. Sorry. So this is not actually representative of actual trends, but an anomaly due to lockdown. Since our 2020 population, it has decreased each of the last 4 years, and it currently stands at under 75,000. So the projected population growth is one of the guiding principles of the whole plan, calling for massive rezoning and housing development. But that projection is using a skewed 2020 population value that's artificially high. So this is based on inflated information, which I think is interesting. So to reach our target goal of 85,000 residents in 2045, that would actually mean adding 10,000 people instead of 6,000. So if the new development outlined in the plan is to not accommodate projected growth, it seems the concept is to, if we build it, they will come. But are we building market rate housing or affordable housing? The plan lacks a clear and defined housing strategy. New development without guidelines only creates exponentially more unaffordable units than affordable. As it is currently written, the plan seems to be a recipe for continuing the upscale trajectory of home prices in Evanston, which will only be successful in attracting new wealthy residents and increasing the tax base.
I'm going to ask you to please wrap up.
All right. Let's consider what happened to our neighbors in the north, former Glenview Village. That affordable housing advocate Nancy Fuhrer said, we want to develop what happened in the Glen with townhouses and other higher density housing. They thought prices would be lower. She now regrets that they didn't put enough thought into it. So let's heed Nancy's advice and slow down to collect the critical data needed to put more thought into our comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Linda Damashek, followed by Lauren Wern, I believe is the last name, and Charles Smith.
Hi, my name is Linda Damashek, and I'm a Third Ward resident. And I have 8 years' experience developing affordable housing, working for a nonprofit developer. So obviously, I think affordable housing is important and agree with the general goal of expanding the total number of units in Evanston. However, the city's current rushed approach for a once every 20-year comprehensive planning process to be used for a seemingly potential political agenda timeline is inappropriate. More time is needed to thoroughly understand the real-world implications of proposed changes and to propose more effective solutions to accomplish the same goal. There's many. Specific to affordable housing, people need to understand that the goal of increasing affordable housing cannot simply be accomplished through an upzoning change. That will be used primarily by profit-motivated developers. Increasing affordable housing supply must be accomplished with a thorough, detailed plan to amass subsidy money to keep rents below market. Maintaining affordable housing units in perpetuity must have a mechanism in place like a community land trust. I have noticed there's several other public comment speakers that also have affordable housing development experience and are also concerned that this current approach is not financially realistic and will hurt Evanston more than it will help. And as you might have mentioned, that you have noticed those people too, and that they should share their expertise with you. Especially, I believe you as a group agreed that the housing section needs more work. So I'd like to make sure that the city staff gets that no one disagreed. Anyway, better plans can be made by taking more time to understand this complex housing market situation. So slow this process down for more effective problem solving and decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Laura Wern, Charles Smith, Tessa, I'm sorry, I can't make out the name, maybe Bowden, and Carl Klein.
All right, I'm back for Lauren because she had to go home to bed.
Okay.
Thanks so much for all of your hard work thus far. I know you're all volunteers and this is a massive undertaking and it's important work. I came from a very data-driven background, and you can't make an informed plan without it. And the lack of data here is surprising at this point in the process. Everything we discussed tonight seems very generalized. Where is the data on inventory of existing housing and types and quantities? Where's the current demand for different types of housing? Current vacancy rates and the existing housing available? Identification of the gaps. What do we really need? Where is the demand? What are we lacking? I heard you say middle housing and affordable housing for families, and then also say that developers will only give us studios or one bedrooms. How do you solve this? Why build more one-bedroom studios if the demand isn't there and it doesn't help solve affordable housing gaps? We need to know how much additional housing is needed to meet our affordable housing goals and the types of housing needed. Current population has been trending down year over year. We are seeing it in our schools and we're having closures. Where are you getting this data? Is the school plan aligned with this population data? We should know how many Northwestern students live on campus and be able to pull senior living so the data is not skewed. Not only do we need to add up the data, but we need to take several steps back and rework the goals, priorities, policies informed by that new information. And there are plans to gather this data and share it with a larger community. How do you plan to define success without it? How do you define goals without it? Or is this more about tax revenue and actual data is not relevant? We say areas need more density, but where is the rationale or data behind that? Thank you.
Thank you. Tessa, and is it Bowden? I'm sorry, I can't. Pardon? Badiz? No, Carl Klein is right behind you. Oh, okay. I don't have you on the paper, Jack, but. Okay, I don't see you. All right, I've got a couple other people, I guess. Ms. Badiz.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm a first-time attendee, a first-time speaker. I kind of can't believe I waited till 11 o'clock tonight to come and speak to you guys. But I felt inclined, I wasn't planning on speaking, and I felt inclined to speak after kind of listening to everyone. I came into this meeting 3 hours ago. It's now 5 hours ago, but to learn more about the comprehensive plan and to gain insights that would inform me about the proposed rezoning. Based on what I had heard, I had some concerns and wanted to better understand the details. What I now feel is greater concern for the Envision Evanston 2045 plan as a whole. The pressure being put on the city workers and the volunteers on these committees is truly shameful. This work and these decisions are entirely too important to be rushing this plan through. The Housing Committee presentation was a particular concern to me because housing availability and affordability are being identified as a driving concern and force behind the zoning changes in the plan. There's clearly a lack of data and analytics informing decisions that will have huge and long-lasting impacts on the fabric of our community. Or is this really just a palatable approach to justifying increased property tax revenue? I fear our children and the Evanston of the future will be left dealing with the negative repercussions of an incomplete rush plan where Evanston loses the beauty of its individual unique neighborhoods and becomes a more congested, homogeneous version of itself. An example of good intentions not always leading to good outcomes. City Council has an outcome they want in the rezoning, and they're trying to back into a plan that justifies it. So far, this one does not. Tonight leads me to believe that history will look back at Evanston leadership of today as an example of failed government. Lastly, I'm so sorry that you're all having to deal with this. You seem to be a group of very intelligent, measured people doing a thankless volunteer job. You cannot possibly have good outcomes when you don't have the proper inputs and you don't have the proper time and resources to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Klein, followed by Jack Weiss, and I should know your name by now, but I don't. Okay, we'll bring you up as the last one then. So, Carl, you have the floor.
Good evening. I was not planning on talking tonight, but after hearing your discussion about trying to figure out how to have a more neighborhood-focused comprehensive plan, I decided that I would speak to my experience. When I was an intern at Thousand Island Park in New York, one of my tasks there was to develop what was considered the planning tool of character area. And what I did was I went around and surveyed the community and looked at all the different building typologies and different types of buildings, and then was compiled a list of what was considered character areas, or you could consider neighborhoods. And so what a character area is a specific area with the community that has a unique or special characteristic to be preserved or enhanced. It has the potential to evolve into a unique area with more intentional guidance of future development through adequate planning and implementation. Or it also requires special attention due to unique development issues. And these character areas, I think, speak to what people are drawn to here in Evanston, that we like our neighborhoods. The neighborhoods have a certain identity, and that should be the focus of what we then use for a future zoning or future development. And let's see. And so just finally, I'm going to, Statesboro, Georgia had a comprehensive plan, and they used this neighborhood focus in their comprehensive plan as a guiding principle for their development. And they defined character area as a planning sub-area within the community where more detailed small area planning and implementation of certain policies, investments, incentives, or regulations may be applied in order to preserve, improve, or otherwise influence its future development patterns in a manner consistent with the community vision. I hope you would have a similar approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Next up, Jack Weiss, and then my final speaker for this evening.
I don't know about you, but I'm ready to collapse. I'm Jack Weiss. I'm a founding member of Design Evanston and emeritus director. I'm also a former vice chair of the Preservation Commission. I want to address the Preservation Commission's comment on the draft comprehensive plan, which you have heard tonight. Please note item 3 under land use, particularly the last bullet point, recommending the formation of an urban design commission. I and other Design Evanston members spent most of 2023 working along with Kate Sterling and Councilmember Claire Kelly on a proposed ordinance to create such a commission. It was called the Community Design Commission in the proposed ordinance. We felt that both with DAPR and Spark no longer active, an urban commission would provide the design expertise now missing in our city government. As I said when the proposed draft ordinance was presented during the June 23rd, 2023 meeting of the P&D committee, the Urban Design Commission you see proposed tonight puts design in the hands of professionals, architects, designers, and others who understand the important role design plays in nearly every aspect of our daily lives in our community. P&D refused to move forward with the proposed ordinance, trusting that it would be a key element to emerge from the soon-to-be new comprehensive plan. Alas, as of today, that concept is missing from this draft of the comprehensive plan. Over the past few years, we at Design Evanston have seen the Land Use Commission struggle when dealing with specific design issues. 2 cases come to mind: access to the repurposed Masonic Temple and the proposed signage for the UL Research at the Chase Bank building. The services provided by an Urban Design Commission would be design specific and would not conflict with the mission of the Land Use Commission. Please take more time to see item 3 in the Preservation Commission's recommendations and comment on it, thereby bringing focus back to the important function that an Urban Design Commission could provide the city of Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you. Was it sent to you or was it sent to all of us earlier today? Okay. Let me wrap up with you.
I thought I would walk up. All right. How you guys doing? Lee Greenberg, 2207 Orrington. I'm going to go ahead and skip a lot of what I was going to say, a lot of the complaining things about the process, about the consultants, about zoning, and I think I'm just going to skip toward some of the, I think more the positive things that I've heard in the past few days, in the past few weeks. Obviously that we have concerns about blanket upzoning and development and developers. My suggestion would be that we focus on areas where density makes actual sense. So along transit corridors, transit centers, transit-oriented design, locations where the adjacent amenities can actually handle increases in density. I think we've talked about problems trying to avoid just tearing down houses and throwing them into the dump. I think we understand that the construction industry accounts for 30 or 40% of carbon emissions. What can we do to incentivize adaptive reuse? What can we do to disincentivize knocking buildings down that are perfectly good? We've talked about projections for housing growth across the city, but I think the important thing is to understand what kind of housing we are looking for. What do we need? Where are the gaps? Is it rental? Is it condo? Are they homes? Does the existing infrastructure, power, sewer, water, et cetera, is it capable of supporting some of that growth in the short term? And what are we going to do in the long term when we do have additional people living here and more electrification? And then finally, what are other cities that we can look to for examples of success and failure? What can we learn from Chicago's transit-oriented design as it deals with increases in density when you apply additional affordable housing, et cetera? And then I'll bring up, I think, Chairman Rogers, what you mentioned about a mixed-use neighborhood and having neighborhood stores, and you talked about an architecture firm without a bunch of people coming in there. Well, I am an architect, and if you're talking about my architecture firm without those people coming in, I'm going to be real unhappy. And Chairman Halleck, you mentioned a 3D zoning map across the city. That kind of data does exist. It's just a matter of finding the right vendor who can support that for us. GIS maps typically can show three-dimensional data across huge swaths of data. And if we don't have that kind of information and we do have planned developments coming in, you should absolutely be requesting that the architect is providing all of that information, because it's stuff that we have all the time.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
All right, Ms. Wazinski with the letter that's been sent, and that is my last speaker for this evening.
This is from Michael Lohr, who lived in Evanston in the First Ward for the last 17 years. He says, thank you, Chair, for his honesty and integrity at Monday night's meeting. Sometimes felt like he was the only person in the room willing to tell it straight. What is especially disappointing to me is that staff is not more forthcoming earlier with council on the challenges stemming from the consultant. A great deal of time and energy could have been saved if there had been. I am grateful to the action the council took the other night, separating the comprehensive plan from rezoning. And contrary to critics, this is not a delay for the sake of delay. If anything, what was revealed Monday night demonstrates just how ill-advised and ill-considered this effort has become. Remarkably, there was even a suggestion that council replace the consultant whose flawed work is the basis of proposing a massively changed character to the zoning for the entire city. What is being contemplated, in fact, is literally to change the zoning of every single parcel in the city. It is the greatest overreach I have ever seen by a locally elected government. It is not only immoral, to use the mayor's terminology, it is reckless, arbitrary, and irresponsible. Sorry, I just lost that page. What is especially ironic to me is if a developer wants to build a 30-story building, there are multiple public hearings and discussions regarding that single project. And yet the mayor and some council members want to change the character and zoning of every single piece of property in Evanston in one fell swoop. I applaud, I'm sorry, I lost it again. This computer keeps jumping. Let's go back here a second. Sorry.
Mary?
I'm sorry. This is.
We do have this letter.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Then you know. So he applauds the effort of you guys to do what he wants to do. And, wants you to just do it right. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Is there anything that anyone heard during that they would like to add into our discussion for staff?
I was going to comment on that. I think everybody had good ideas and good comments, and I don't think we have the time. I don't want to be here till 1:00 to go through that. But, and that's what I'm saying. I think that the staff should just take everything that was said tonight and listen to it. Let's do it the other way. If someone had any objections to what someone said, then let's raise that. But
I'll just say that all the comments I thought were helpful. There were two things that in particular that stood out for me. One was the financial stability issue, and I think that's very important, especially as we head into an area where we know city budgets are going to be tighter and that we don't have federal dollars necessarily coming to help us. One of the other things was Mr. Klein mentioned the character areas, which I think was an interesting concept to look further into, kind of talking about our neighborhood, but also bringing the character aspect into that. So those were the two comments that sort of stood out for me as being something that hadn't really been discussed before, that maybe we should look into or look at expanding upon.
There are others, I think, and so let's get out of here.
Commissioner Johnson.
I promise I'll be really quick. Didn't we talk about adding data about vacant units?
We've talked about
so we already talked about that. Okay,
Yep,
sorry.
that's
Deja
been
vu.
discussed.
I would like to incorporate the recommendation of the formation of an urban design commission that Mr. Weiss recommended. I think that's something that should be included in the plan. And the mention about the Ryan Field, Ryan Stadium, Northwestern Football Stadium. I think the gentleman that made a really good point. It's the biggest, most expensive thing that's ever been built in Evanston. So just to acknowledge that comprehensive plan endeavors to incorporate that into the roadways, systems, whatever. Sorry, it's late, but some kind of acknowledgement of that being part of town, that neighborhood, the city going forward, and the city working to, cooperate with Northwestern and mitigate impacts of the community, et cetera, et cetera. Just, I think an acknowledgement of that project coming online is useful.
What about Northlake Theater? Is that something we need to
I think these are all things that need to be, as we talk about our arts and culture and placemaking.
I think Northlake may be mentioned in the placemaking, but I can't remember.
Yep. I hate to ask, but is there anything else? Ms. Flax?
I would like to make a comment. I am really unhappy that we have people questioning the capability and the knowledge of our planners. You do not have to have AICP certification, as Ms. Lindwall very carefully stated, to be a very knowledgeable and capable planner. And I find it particularly offensive that people are attacking staff at that level and in that way. And I just want to make that clear.
Thank you.
I didn't hear attacks on the staff. What I heard is attacks on the consultant. And I don't know that that's personal. I think that what people are looking at is they're looking at a product that, frankly, it should have been thrown back on their faces without a check, without a monetary payment, because it's just totally inadequate. And if you want to blame that action or inaction on the staff, then fine. But that's what people are talking about.
That wasn't what I heard.
All right,
there was a specific comment, George.
All right. I don't want to get into a discussion here. These discussions can be had offline. Well, and that's fine, Ms. Flack. As you know, many people on this board have repeatedly supported staff many times. And so I think if there are issues, then those need to be addressed. Anyway, it is now 11:20. Thank you to all the members of the public. I'm sorry we made you wait till the end, but I think that this benefited us by having the process run this way, so that staff could get their direction from us early in the evening. Thank you to the commissioners for your input. And we will be back here next week. The discussion next week will be on the zoning issues. The entire zoning ordinance has been released and is on the Envision Evanston 2024 website. And and so people can review that, and then we will be back on the 29th for further discussion on the comp plan. But at our next meeting, we will outline our agenda, our schedule for moving forward. So once again, thank you to everyone for all of your input. Continue to provide input online by contacting staff. So thank you once again. Now I will ask if there is a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Wait, we have the calendar that's on the agenda. So
we
we
have a
might need
calendar
to
on the
either
agenda.
continue that or.
Let's push that to the next meeting. Since we kind of have all of our meetings are being ad hoc at this moment anyway. So we will push the agenda to our calendar to the agenda for next week. Now I'll ask again if there's a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
So, been moved. Is there a second? Been seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We stand adjourned until our meeting next week in council chambers at 6:00, where we'll be discussing the zoning ordinance. Thank you.